going to wait here with your number. Since you all came for your first call at the same time, I guess the whole squadron got off at the same time. I see. So we'll just have our little checkup. I know I have you all here on my appointment list, so that'll be perfect. We'll just have our little checkup and take you back into the office. And yeah, that's going to be wonderful. So let's get you taken care of. Oh, and make sure to read that up there, over there, because I have been informed by our administrators that there's some kind of reward thing going on for some kind of book or something, and apparently every single time you post a particular link to a share or a review or to your purchase receipt, everyone gets entered into a drawing for over $50 of books and a free YouTube video request. I don't know what YouTube is. It sounds like a historical site that was eliminated many years ago, but I was told to make sure that you see that up there. All right, so let's get back into the room. Izzy, if you'll just follow me this way. All right. Let me get my hands sanitized, and then I will let you talk because, yeah. So, I'm just gonna sanitize with this, kind of clean off. And we do have, so, Izzy, I see on your chart that obviously you are a standard Homo sapiens humanoid, but you have been concerned about developing electromagnetic abilities, and you have some questions about that. Now, and I know hand washing makes all kinds of sounds, but would you like to wash your hands too? You are welcome. Here you go. I'll give you a little bit of this. And then you can go ahead and wash your hands also. So, I understand you've been wondering about electromagnetic abilities. Now, why have you been thinking, Izzy, that you might be developing electromagnetic abilities? Tell me what you understand of electromagnetic abilities. Have you had any unusual phenomenon, like stuff sticking to you that shouldn't stick to you, like kind of in a magnetic way? Or have you had anything that, like, have you ever blown out an EEG machine or anything like that? Ever had anything like that happen, Izzy? I'm listening. Yes, you have. Okay. Has it interfered in any way with any of your work? Has it happened in certain environments? Like, are you worried about if you're space ready or not? Is that your main concern? That you're gonna, like, short out an important biosystem on your ship and then die? Has that been kind of the concern? You know what we can do while you're telling me about that? I can just do a quick neurological exam on you, and actually I'm going to attach a couple things here to your scalp. So this is a huge upgrade over the ancient EEG system, but let me just get some items up here. So, like I said, I'll listen. You tell me what's going on, and I'm listening. Plastic attaches to you. That might be a difference. So, like, kind of a little bit of static electricity. Oh, that's fascinating. So let's see, because there's very, very different ways that electromagnetic properties have manifested in humans. I don't know if you're familiar with an electric eel. Well, we do have someone on post in one of our squadrons who has, it appears that they have capacitors at the end of their nerve endings, similar to how an electric eel does, which causes them to be able to discharge certain shocks, right? That is a very uncommon manifestation and mutation in human beings. You would see that usually in aquatic life forms like ichthyons, obviously, who are better suited to that kind of ability, but enough electrical shock to be able to like stun a horse, right? However, other folks who are having, usually it's that kind of person that might generate some unusual static electricity, the kind of thing that might attract, like plastics or other things. Most folks who are experiencing some sort of magnetic phenomenon, the phenomenon that they're experiencing is a shift in the polarity of their neurons. So all of our neurons operate by creating an imbalance between the positive and the cations and the negatives. Exactly, the anions. You're exactly right. I see you were paying attention in chemistry class. What some folks who have electromagnetic abilities experience is, first off, if I were to take an EEG, they have very high action potentials that are very unusual. It's kind of like if the signal is just stronger. And why this has to do with a certain amount of the makeup. They still have the same ratio of potassium and sodium to chlorine as an average person does, but the actual amounts are drastically changed, which is a surprise because you'd think then they would be dehydrated, but none of that is third space. All of that is in the liquid itself. So some of those folks tend to have there's not a lot of studies been done exactly on do they actually have different size neurons and other things like that, because that shouldn't make a big difference. But anyway, the action potentials generated are very large. That's the first thing that we would notice. The second thing that we would notice is essentially you can develop an ability via conscious thought to control the distribution of action potentials within the body. So basically it's almost like you're pushing your positive ions to one side of your body and your negative ions to the other side, creating a polarity very similar to an electromagnet. And that is why we call them electromagnetic people. So DJ Paid, it's wonderful to see you. Sukovision, it's wonderful to see you. And Dr. Sparkles, I'm going to ask you all to take a number and step outside of into the waiting room, and we're going to go ahead. We're doing our exams one at a time. Sukovision, I think you are 6. DJ Paid, I think you are 7, and Dr. Sparkles, I believe you are 8. Please save your number. Please save your number, and then I will come out and get you. But these, I will have you stand up. Let me walk you back out to the other room. Izzy, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. So we'll go through the polymer wall and back out into the hallway. And so this is where we'll wait, and make sure that you remember your number, because I'm not going to remember your number. I have a lot of facts that I have to remember instead. And so I'm going to make the job of you be to remember the numbers, while it is my job to remember the other things. Izzy? Alright, let me take you back through the polymer wall, and I'm going to go back to the medical bay room. That's just fine, Dr. Sparkles. Thank you very much for being here. And another thing to note, folks, I'm going to step back out into the hallway again since you all keep popping in. Please do talk amongst yourselves in the hallway, and remember, up here there is some important notices, so please share your links in the chats to where you have shared that link in social media, Twitter, Facebook, all of these things that no longer exist in the modern era. I think it's for some kind of sociological survey that they're doing. They want you to go ahead and just make sure that you get ready for rewards. Basically, every time you share this thing, Neodymium Exodus, to your socials, Just make sure that you paste a link in the chat. Every share gets rewarded with SCIFI MP3s, plus you get entered in a drawing to win over $50 of books and a free YouTube video request. I don't know what YouTube is because that would be gone a long time by now, but you can also paste a link to your Neodymium Exodus review or a picture of your purchase receipt, and the sooner the better. All of this is now. After this stream is over, no more gifts, probably. Maybe. Alrighty. So, Izzy. Let me get back to Izzy. Alright, polymer wall. So, Izzy, let's go ahead and get a couple things hooked up here. Just a couple of things. And I'm just going to check here on my computer here. And I'm just going to come a little bit closer to you, okay? Basically, get this set up behind you. This set up behind you over here. Okay, here's the deal. I'm just going to let me just stick these electrodes to your scalp. And you're going to hear some kind of squeaky sounds, because they make squeaky sounds. So, just gonna stick this over here, and then here, and then here. Okay, and get this other electrode here, and stick that here, and here. And kind of have to go through your hair a little bit. And then stick right here. You have lovely hair, Izzy. There we go. And here. And here. Okay. Yep. That. Alright, so let's just run that. And I'm just gonna set that up on my computer. You might hear a little bit of a little sounds. We're just going to be kind of stimulating your scalp with a little bit of feedback. Let's just kind of sit back and listen to those sounds a little bit. And you should hear, I should get my results in just a second. There we are. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So, you do have some very, very sharp spikes, and not like a seizure. So a seizure pattern on an EEG is just a lot of very strong disorganized activity. There's normal brain activity and there's disorganized. Yours is organized and not like a seizure, but just they read very strongly, and they tend to blow out I'm going to take these off you now before you blow them out. Okay. Okay. That should be off you. Let me just take a look. Can you go ahead and follow my fingers like this? Follow my fingers. Follow all the way into your nose. Perfect. Okay, does this feel the same on both sides of your face? Okay. And then can you smile for me? And then puff up your cheeks. Unwrinkle your forehead. Excellent. Can you stick out your tongue and move it from side to side? Great. Let's see. Do you see those okay? Those words that are floating above my head? Excellent. Okay. Let me just take a quick look in your eye. You haven't had any unusual visual changes lately? Okay, can you hear this okay? Okay, and then again on this side? Okay. Excellent. And then a couple of things, just real quick. That's just to check your pupillary reflex. A second time and a second time. Okay, and then now I'm going to actually, let me The settings are all messed up on this. No one can see anything. What has happened? Have we run out of battery? We have run out of battery. That's insane. They can land an insectoid on Luna Guatala, but we can't get good equipment when we need it. How the hell is this out of battery? I had this plugged in earlier. Alright. Let's improvise. I'm going to collect this to this electrical source here, and then we're just going to look from this side. Okay. And then from this other side. Just right there. Okay. Perfect. Alright, and then real quick, can you flap your hands for me like this? Just like that, and then like this. Beautiful. Okay, well done. Wiggle your fingers. Perfect. Flap your feet. Okay, lift up your toes and put them back down again. Great, and then squeeze my fingers as hard as you can. Okay, so we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, can you open your mouth and say ah real quick? Just face that light real quick. Perfect. That's 9 and 10, and then just shrug your shoulders. That's 11. These are, I'm counting off your cranial nerves, and then you already stuck out your tongue for me, so that's 12. So that's excellent. Your cerebellum's looking good. So I am going to get you set up with training. I don't know, have you met Jay Bareens? Well, I don't want to give away too much of his private or personal information, but I know that he is open to at least showing you a little bit of the ropes. We haven't had a lot of people manifest with electromagnetic abilities. Okay, so I'm just going to get you set up here, and we'll get you set up with someone who can help you with some training. But basically, to kind of shut things off, what you want to do is just think push. It's called an M push, but you think up and drop, and the goal is you're trying to put, and you're going to have to practice moving your positive versus negative poles around, but you want to think, okay, I am balance everything out so that I don't attract anything. Sometimes when we get stressed, or the opposite, sometimes when we're very excitable, then we attract things to ourselves, because to protect ourselves, maybe we put all of our particular charges on one side of our body or not. So a lot of deep breaths to try to balance. Okay, deep breath with me. Deep breath in your nose and out your mouth. And when you breathe, I want you to count in on 4 counts, hold it for 2 counts, count out on 4 counts, and then breathe out all the way again on 4 counts. Now I want you to put your hand on your belly so that you can feel it moving back and forth. I want you to really focus when you're breathing on moving your belly. And that'll be the first starter. I'm going to send the information to your wristband now. And that should get you connected, Izzy. All right. Let me know if you have any more questions. You're always welcome to stop by. But you do look, you're neurologically about as fit as a fiddle. I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's pop out and see who's next. All right, who was number 2? Who was number 2? Because I have no idea. I think it might have been Huff. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, let me have you step right back into my office. Just right back into my office. Now, it says here, you were my wonder frog who was concerned about a lot of skin drying. Where did you just come here from being stationed? Were you stationed on Forge, or were you stationed on Alpino? You just transferred, didn't you? Forge or Alpino? Forge. Okay. The weather must have been really dry. Well, Forge is, most of the places where we have Frelsey presence on Forge are exceptionally dry. I mean, the other thing is you have to look into, did you wear your chemical suit regularly? Because most sentient species don't do very well. Well, except for lizards, sailfin lizards, other forms of reptilians, most don't do particularly well with the toxic sands. I know they're beautiful. You have the beautiful green sands that have some copper residues. You have some beautiful red sands, very iron filled. All those dusts. Were you wearing your mask regularly and keeping your making sure you weren't inhaling that stuff? That's my number one question. My number two question is, when you went outside, did you always make sure to cover up all your skin? Most of the time. How often would you say that you went, how often in a week would you say you went without maintaining your atmosphere suit? And see, people get fooled by the weather on Forge because it's so nice and it has a breathable atmosphere, so they don't think like, hey, the dust that's in the air, I can't breathe that. That's not good. And then, you know, we see a lot of corneal abrasions from there also, from sandstorms scratching on the edge of people's eyes. So it's important also to wear your eye pro, your protective goggles, all those other kinds of things. But for wonder frogs especially, you tend to get exceptionally dry just on that kind of environment, because an environment like this, Luna Guatala, is the best. So you kind of got sick of it. I totally understand that. That makes sense. Here we go. Oh, Grumpy Gabs, thank you so much. No more, don't do subs today anymore. That's so sweet of you. Don't do any more subs today. Today we're doing rewards and sharing for you guys. So don't give me any, I really appreciate it. You've been so good. Please instead claim your rewards by sharing the links online that I've mentioned. Wow, these gloves are gonna eat you. So that you can get your rewards, because you all deserve rewards. So just make sure to share your link. Don't tell you what to do. Don't give me stuff today. Don't give me stuff today. Today, share your stuff. I appreciate the both of you. Oh, Gabby and Unigoto, I appreciate the both of you. There is a hype train close, apparently. I don't know what that means. I don't know how to start a hype train. But apparently you can start a hype train. I don't know. Scary goes, you were peer pressure. Oh man. But please put your links in the chat of where you have shared the link to Neodymium Exodus, and then I will give you MP3 gifts. Today is gifts for you, or of your review. I know a number of you have written reviews, so post a link to your Amazon review in the chat, and we'll also get gifts for you. All right. Hush Hush, you are number 9 or 10, I think. Remember your number. Remember your number. All right, back in. You were peer pressured. What were they doing? What were they doing, Hoff? That they were... don't do that, Unigoto. Oh, don't do that. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, post a link to your share and everything else like that so that you guys can get gifts. That's so sweet of you. You guys are so sweet. I really appreciate that. But yeah, let's you guys claim gifts today. That is my goal. That I don't know if you can read the text up there. I hope you can. But that is today is a special reward stream, and my goal is for every time, and I'm going to be on for a while. I'm going to be really pushing those shares. So post a link to the social medias where you've shared, and then I can give you guys gifts and so forth. Oh my gosh. All right, we're back in character. All right. I should really switch the background when I pop out of character so that it's more clear. Oh my goodness, that sounds terrible. I need to write down your unit name immediately. And then we're going to need to do a thorough inspection of your skin, starting with your scalp. So let me go ahead and write these things down. Okay. How long were you with that unit? Now, was there a particular reason? Was this like an exercise from your superiors that was in preparation for a bad, did you have a big bad mission coming up and this was in preparation for that? Or... Okay. Was this in preparation for a particular mission, or was this just you were made to sit out? That seems unusual. That seems unusual considering that the whole point of the Frelsey is to make sure that everybody has opportunities since we're fighting against the Groen. That really does surprise me. Usually, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's make sure we can just kind of ascertain things. So let me just take a look at your skin. I encourage you to follow up with Brigade Legal and see what they have to say as well. So let me go ahead and I put on gloves, but I did not wash my hands. Let's do that. Let's take those off and wash my hands. Well, there shouldn't be, since, you know, we are literally fighting against a force that wants to eliminate diversity, and so that's why we have so many unusual, different kinds of mixes and different kinds of people, because we are all really at the, on the verge of being eliminated. And since, the Groen would kill any of us altogether for either protecting contaminated people, for the insectoids, even for, they want to punish them for being migratory and not following particular zoning laws. The Beechanks who do join up with us, most of them don't, right, because they're very isolationist. But the Groen want to force them to kind of open up to us, and to them that's imperialist. To the Groen, they are prejudiced, and so they have to be forced to open up their borders for trade to the rest of us. But is that the Groen being imperialist, or what's the situation, right? It's a lot going on politically. So it just would surprise me. It surprises me so much that you had that bad experience on Forge, because really the whole the reason that we deploy different species all over the world is to protect each other's rights and each other's right to be different, have their own ways culturally, and believe what they want to believe. The Groen are kind of controlling about that kind of stuff, kind of want to eliminate diversity in the galaxy. So I'm sorry you had that experience. That must have been really stressful. I'm sorry. Have you had any nightmares or anything else about the experience? And that's my question number one. Question number two is, have you had any trouble integrating to your new unit here at Luna Guatala? Awesome, DJ Sparkle. Alright, first gift for everybody. Let us switch to... Oh, that's the Hangar Bay. Switch here. Thank you, DJ Sparkles. Let me give you, so DJ Sparkles shared to, I don't know where, but you're gonna get a shout out. My gosh, I can't scroll with these gloves on. Awesome, so you're gonna get a shout out for your special order. That is very, very cool. Let me give you a relaxation station in space for the elite. Let me give you the link to that, where you get your pampering and your examination once you come out of space quarantine. And everyone gets that because of you, because you're great. Alrighty, let us hop right back in. So let's go ahead and continue with the actual pokey physical exam part, which we haven't done yet with all my talking. I'm sorry you've been having trouble sleeping. That's really terrible. It's really terrible. Now, it can be adjustment. It's not just a different time zone, it's a different planet. We try to keep people on the same schedule. Wonder frogs also do use melatonin, just like humans do, so I can get you a prescription for that if you would like. Are you having any trouble breathing? Do you wake up out of breath? Okay, let me go ahead and kind of so some areas are appropriately moist, like Wonder Frog skin should be. And then we have these areas back here that are quite dry. Just quite dry. Quite dry. I'm so sorry. So it does look like you have some chemical damage from your time on Forge, and that you're peeling because now you've come back to the humidity of Luna Quintala, and so your whole system is pretty shocked. So not good stuff. Not good stuff at all. Oh, hello Modus and Zach. Make sure I'm going to have you step out into the hall and take a number, and then I will be with you straight away. We're going to finish up these different exams. I think that Modus, you are 11 probably, and Zach, you are probably 12. You will have to remember your numbers because I'm not going to. So if you forgot your number, then you forgot your number. So remember your numbers. And this is obviously our clinic for freedom fighters from the Frelsey, and helpful civilians as well, in our camp here at Fort Jehu, as you know. And so we're going to take you back in there and make sure that you are taken care of. I do have a patient in the room right now that I will take care of. There's also a giveaway going on right now. I think, as someone else said, it is retro day in the office today, and so every time you share Neodymium Exodus to your socials, you paste a link in the chat. Every share will get rewarded with SCIFI MP3s, plus be entered in a drawing to win over $50 of books and a free YouTube video request. And that's Neodymium Exodus. You can just Google the book. It is everywhere. If you paste a link to your Neodymium Exodus review or a picture of your purchase receipt, you will get even more entries and MP3s. So, some good things. So far, the person who is in the run for the winning is Dr. Sparkles. So don't let Dr. Sparkles win. Don't let them beat you, because then what will you do if you lose? That. And you don't have to gift subs. I appreciate that. That's so sweet. But you don't have to gift any subs. Today is about giving you gifts. So you just link to your shares and other things like that where you've shared the book, and I will give you gifts today instead. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to our little visits. We're going to phase through the polymer wall and back into the medical stop double clicking. Jeez. There we go. I'm so sorry, Hoff, that I keep stepping out. There was an issue where a bunch of units got off at the same time, and so people who were supposed to be scheduled to see me earlier, all of a sudden now they have time to be seen. So we have a pretty long line out there. To answer your question, you will be okay. Obviously, a wonder frog's skin really is very sensitive and needs to maintain that really nice goop on the outside of it. To put it very simple, it's a layer. It's not mucosa, but it is a mucus layer. Here's the problem. You've come back to Luna Guatala with your dried out skin, and then you've been in the water and the humidity, and that's caused that weak skin to start to peel and just be in a bad time. So the situation, it may feel like you need to be in water more, but what you need to do is actually build up some of that mucus layer again. So I do have a cream for you, and so I can get you that, and then I promised you the melatonin as well. So I have this cream that will match the lovely blue of your coat, and just let me show you an example of it's a lot of it, kind of how to apply it. You're going to really want to smooth it out through here, and even put a little bit over top of that area on your face. Oh, don't drop it. It's very expensive. It's extremely expensive cream. I'm not saying you have to use it off the floor if you drop it, but I am saying it's pretty expensive, so don't drop any of it. There we go. Alright, so you're going to apply just like that all over your body. I'm going to write you a prescription here so that you can pick up the items that you need. Oh, Modus, please don't leave. Please stay and get your little medical exam. I promise that I will take care of that growth that you have on your armor plating. I will. I do a very good job with all of our insectoids. So do stick around and enjoy the sounds and the pampering. Do stick around. I'm sorry you're not doing well, though. I'm sorry, it could be better. Alright, so we have your prescription all set, Hoff, and I needed to give you medication, some melatonin for sleep. This is good stuff. I like to put them in little heart-shaped boxes. I think that it lets you know that we all have something in common, whether you have an open circulatory system or a closed circulatory system, open being in the case of this gray leaf, whether you have a two-chambered heart in your case, or a four-chambered heart in the case of a mammal. Whatever you've got going on, we have this all in common, that we have the need to circulate oxygen and engage in cellular respiration. Deep down inside, at the cellular level, we all look different, but we are all the same too. We all use ATP. Unless you're a Israeli, in which case you don't use ATP. We are all the same except for the Israeli, who are also the same because they also need to engage in the gathering of energy. They're just a little more chemosynthetic than the rest of us. So there you go. Alright, Hoff, so that should help you sleep a little bit. Before you sleep, I would like you to do a couple exercises. I would like you to write out what happened on Forge, not just to turn into the lawyer, but also for yourself. And then I want you to answer the question, what does that say about me? Like, what does that, how does that affect your self-image? And then I want you to answer with the truth, which the truth is, that you are a brave wonder frog who has signed up to help protect people from the influences of the Groen, who kill children and don't let people be themselves and be who they are, and you have signed up even to help, assholes in some ways, and that is awesome of you. So, do those exercises, and I think you should be good to go. Any further questions? I make you feel like I'm not someone. I'm so sorry. All right. Everyone who just joined, Nemo and everybody else, please pick your number. Nemo, I think, is 12. We are on number 3 is our next number. What happened is you all showed up at the same time to your medical clinic visit with the Frelsey with Dr. Patty Loylan. Reason being that your training exercises went late. There was a lot of repair work to be done around the fort, and so whatever brigade you were with just all had to let out at the same time for work today. And so this was the time that you had available to you. Oh my gosh, my hands are sweating so much. I'm becoming a wonder frog. And so I am seeing you one at a time. This is in celebration of Neodymium Exodus, my book that just came out. And for this stream, I'm asking that you enjoy yourself, listen to some ASMR. I'm going to read to you. It's going to be a longer stream, and we're going to really have some time to play around and be fun. There should be some very good binaural sounds that I think you're going to like. And please don't sub or give me any bits or anything like that. I appreciate it so much, but save it for the next stream. For this stream, I want to give you gifts, and so just give me a link like Unigoto just did to your where you guys have, and you can scroll up in chat to where you guys have been sharing your sharing Neodymium Exodus, or to your receipt of purchase, or to the review that you left if you read it early when it during the ARC period when they were sending out early copies. So I am going to gift all of you, because Unigoto shared a link, the Science Fiction Hair Salon, which is one of my favorites. You're actually Lembenzarin, which is a fun little thing, and you're actually on a mission with Jay Barines, and you have to infiltrate a very fancy hoity-toity event that's actually happening in Rotrack City, and which is grown and occupied. And because of that, you need to get looking good, and so that's why you're at the hair salon. But you're also afraid that the hair salon person is gonna rat you out, and you're nervous about that. And so that's the one that I'm giving you right now. So that's what's going on. So all of these things, so everything that's happening right now. Oh, and then DJ Paid also dropped a link. So let me give you that. Your romantic rival is Gwen Stefani. So let me give you another link. So yes, all of these are related to the book. They are all occurring in the world of the book. Every exam, so I'm taking you through characters and experiences from the book. Izzy discovering his electromagnetic abilities is something that happens to somebody in book 3. The Wonder Frog with his difficulty transferring between places, as Hafiz. Their supervisor in book 1 is Captain Rana, who is a Wonder Frog, and a wonderful person. We're gonna keep going, and so each thing is something that's related to the book. It's gonna be kind of a fun science fiction extravaganza. And like I said, I appreciate you guys so much, and so I want to give something to you instead of subs and other things like that. So just leave me links and just share. I just want to see your shares today, which are free. Shares are free of the book, and I want to give you stuff in exchange. So I just saw another share link go up. So this is, and you can get a new MP3 for each share. So for example, if you share on Twitter and then you share on Twitter again, or you share on Twitter and on Instagram during these several hours that I'm going to be here with you, you share on Instagram, you share on Facebook. I don't know if you can Snapchat a book to someone, but whatever it is you do, share that link. If you have a YouTube, whatever it is you do, share that link and with me here in the chat, and so you can get multiple drawings. So let me make sure I've written everybody down who's in the drawing. Unigoto is now in the drawing to get a free video request and a $50 of books, and so is DJ Paid 93. And DJ Paid, for you, I am going to, and Gabby did too. Sorry, the chat is moving a little fast for my dumb self. Gabby is just an MVP and does all these great things. And Gabby, when we get to you, I think you'll like yours a lot, actually. Because we already have one in mind for you. So these are all characters these are all creatures and things within the book that I am putting on you. If not a character in the book, somebody that would have been, it's not in the past, in that world. So, this one, I think this is the one for DJ Paid. No, it's not. I'm behind. Here is a SCIFI medical exam for your new farm on Alpino. You are just moving to Alpino to get your, which is a pretty cooler planet. It's about as far away as you can be from the sun and still have a breathable atmosphere and have it be livable. The poles are pretty much completely unlivable, very, very cold, very like onyx, unusually colored sky because of the magnetic frequencies up there. And the rest of the planet, there's a lot of plains and volcanoes, and you have just moved there from Berbera. You're a Berberan, which is one of the like capitals basically it's not a capital, there are normal cities, states, and countries and so forth, but it is a very big deal planet that has a lot of trade and a lot of control over media and other things. They already had their like big climate change event, so the entire planet of Berbera is underwater. So you have a lot of ichthyans, humans, some species that are like mermaid-like, and all kinds of different people groups who live on that planet in Berbera. So you've just come from this very metropolitan area, and now you're moving to like this quiet, like nowhere farm on Alpino, and you have to figure. And there's an Alpinoan giving you an exam. Because you are used to, on Alpino, you have to get a medical exam before you do anything, before you get your car insurance, or on Berbera, before you get your car insurance, before, like, for anything, you have to prove that you're healthy and fit. So you come to Alpino with those kind of presuppositions, and Alpino, they're just kind of like, why do I need to give you a medical exam? Just go get some farmland and get you a draconian partner, and then I think you'll be okay. I can look over you just to sign the paper that you need, but it's not a big deal. So that's who you meet on Berbera. On that. So so yeah, so if you've pre-ordered the book, show your little send a screenshot of your order so that you can also get more MP3s. We'll just be giving MP3s. So that's the one that we just gave out. And then Grumpy Gabs just posted hers also. She said she posted her share link. So that was DJ Paid. Did you post your link in the chat? And then I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing any links. Provide the crayons. It's a high level of reverence. Alright, so the next one this is the earlier space lemur medical exam that I'm going to share with you for Gabby. I missed your funny. You don't have to post it again, but I appreciate your funny. The other Jen. So the space lemur story, and so I'm giving you background on these MP3s because now those of you who have the book, or when you read the book, you'll kind of know. The space lemur medical exam actually takes place at the end of the book. And I don't want to say too much more than that. but you are an important character in the book, in that medical exam that I just posted. You don't have to post it again, Gabby. I know you did it. I just didn't. I don't see it because I am a dum-dum. That's no fault of you. But there's your link. So you're also in the drawing. I think that's everyone who's posted a link so far, right? Dr. Sparkles, Unigoto, DJ Paid 93, and Grumpy Gabs. And you get an extra entry in the drawing for every link you post. So for example, like I said, you could post on Twitter, you could post on Facebook, you can post on Instagram, and you can post each of those links separately in the chat and get an extra point for each one. So it's kind of fun. It's a fun little game. We gamify that shit. All right, I think that's everything. I don't think I've missed anything. I think it's time for person number 3. So let's get back and oh, that's sweet. That is funny. That's very sweet of you. Oh, damn. Oh, man. Oh boy. Well, you can still get stuff, even though it's gonna be behind. So yeah, just post your Instagram share or whatever. Or some people want to wait until they've read it, which is fine too. But I'm putting you in the drawing. For the same reason I'm putting Gabby in the drawing. I know you did it. Alright. There's no brother kissing. How do I return it? Oh no. Alright, patient number 3. Who is number 3? I think it was you, Unigoto, right? I think so. I don't have a good memory. Was it number 3? Are you correct? Am I correct about that? Who's number 3? Let me get number 3 up into my exam room. Number 3. Wonderful. Alrighty. Let me just have you follow me right this way. So, I understand that you were considering, looking at your chart here, I understand that you were considering reconstructive, or not even reconstructive, but surgery for your draconian features. I did look over your chart. Let me just real quick put this little vitals thing on you. Just to get a quick check, I know that the machine out in the hallway already gathered a lot of your vitals, but I'd like to gather another little bit here. And I just kind of like to hear from you what you're thinking and what's going on. As far as your draconian features, I guess my first question is going to be, and this is just standard little oxysat, I'm just going to put that on your finger right here. It makes a little beep. So I'll just put that on your finger. So I guess my question is, your chart says you're originally from Alpino. Have you, when did you start, have you grown up around other draconians, or did you grow up around Homo sapiens? I'm sorry. So, by the way, just since you're here, this is a draconian role model. This is a little video. About a draconian who helped me out on my first journey away from my home planet. And I just thought it was cool. I just happened to be wearing a video camera, and that's what happened. So I just thought that was cool. I guess that's racist of me to be like, hello, you're a draconian, here's a draconian who helped me. That's a little bit wrong of me. I understand why you might feel like you don't fit in or persecuted or messed up, but I want to find out a little bit more about why you want the reconstructive surgery, for your health reasons. I really screwed this whole thing up, didn't I, by being like that? I'm so sorry. But I want to hear a little bit more about why you're thinking about the reconstructive surgery, because yeah, I just want to hear a little bit more about what spurred that. Did you grow up on Alpino around other draconians? Your hearing is your hearing, I think, needs to be checked. I definitely didn't ask if you were albino. Oh no. Let's go ahead and check that hearing real quick. Fortunately, that probably means that you didn't hear me tell you about my draconian friend, which is the most ridiculous thing someone could do, is say, you're a draconian? Oh, I have a draconian friend. What a weird thing that would be. A weird thing that is to do. Weird and dumb thing. Let me just take a look in your ears. Let's wash our hands first. We always wash our hands between everybody. Because I definitely did not say albino. I definitely said albino. As in the home planet where draconians come from. Alright. So we will wash our hands. If you would like to wash also, you are welcome. But it's good that you don't, it's good about the hearing. Alright, wash. Excellent. Alright, let us take a little look into those ears of yours. Let's just take a little. So I'm just going to take a little look over here in your ear. And here. And what I'm looking for here is I want to make sure that you don't have any edema, that we don't have, too much excoriation of the canal. I want to make sure your tympanic membrane is clear, not bulging, and so forth. And same thing on the other side. We'll go ahead and I'm just gonna kind of, ooh, that's not what I want to do. I'm just gonna kind of slide over to the other side here. And same thing. I'm just gonna kind of go in and I'm checking for your edema, exudates, edema. I want to make sure that you don't have any bulging in your tympanic membrane. Okay. Perfect. Alright, so you do have a blockage on this side. Let me help you get that out. I have some curettes here. So I'll just take care of that really quickly. Here we go. So while I am getting these materials ready so that I can check, so we do have a curette. That's what this is. It's a very small, these are small disposable ear curettes. And we just go in there and we scoop, and we just kind of get that thing out. You should never do this on your own. You should always have a physician do it for you, who has experience and can look in your ear. So we'll just glove up. So, when you're thinking about surgical modifications to look less draconian and more Homo sapiens, I want to ask how drastic you're considering. Are you considering wing removal? Or are you just considering when they file off the ridges on your face? Uh-oh. There's scales. Oh my. To me, so let me do this thing in your ear, and then we will talk about that, because that might be something else. I don't think that that's inherent to. That's not the fault of you being a draconian. Sounds like you have psoriasis, to tell you the truth. Alright, so I'm going to go back into this ear and just take the curette here. And what I'm going to do, your ear canal is narrow, so it's going to be kind of like this, where I'm going to be looking and be very careful and watching the curette. It's just that it's right there. I can see the blockage fairly easily. So kind of getting close to it here, and I see the blockage is right there. Just gonna kind of scoop a little bit, and there we go. Oh, you want to see it? I'll show it to you. It's pretty significant. This is what was in your ear. Can you see that? It's rather large. And I think you may have a parasite, actually, to tell you the truth. That is what I think is going on. So, I appreciate your dedication to the cause. The fact that you are having some desquamation and scaling, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a skin sample of your cells, but I think what's actually happening is you have a parasitic infection. So there's no need to do the dramatic, change, who you are, in order, to work and so forth in combat. The scarring that develops after a lot of those, first off, let me tell you, it's some very corrupt people and plastic surgeons and everyone else like that who runs that kind of business of making people who are draconian or photosynthetics or chemosynthetics or other unusual Homo sapiens morphs to look more Homo sapiens sapiens. You being Homo sapiens draconius, having your own Homo sapiens draconius DNA and your own individuality, when they offer to do these surgeries to make you look more Homo sapiens sapiens, a number of them do not go well, or they have bad side effects. And then there's also kind of the ethical issue of, is it really you making that decision, or is it kind of the corporate world making that decision for you, right? There is that theory that the Groen want us all to become the same eventually. So I'm not here to tell you how you do your own, good looking regimen or everything else like that. And obviously that's not why you want the scales removed. But a lot of times, a number of people who do come to me asking about those things, they're being scammed. So just want you to know that a lot of these surgeries, for example, you can build up rather large keloids after you've had the scales scraped off, and then you have to continually getting more surgery for those keloids over and over again. It is really a really great way for a dermatologist to make a ton of money off of you forever, indefinitely, but it's not really a very good or ethical medical practice. You who are having regular shedding, we need to look at blood labs and make sure you're not having a nutritional issue, which can occur, right? Even, obviously, you are a mammal and not a reptilian, but even reptilians who have nutritional problems will have unusual shedding and so forth. Having a parasite, again, and with the thing that I found in your ear, I really do think you might have a parasite. So I'm going to send that thing to the lab. I'm going to do a quick blood draw, and I'm going to send you to your wristband a dietary regimen that I recommend, and I'm going to give you some anti-parasitic pills. Oh, good night, DJ Paid. I'm sorry you pieced out before you could get your exam done. Thank you for being here. Oh, still give you an exam, and then you can come back and watch it later. That sounds good. I think you were number 4. I love it. I love it so much. And Modus, I have not seen that review. I will leave you and you are entered into the drawing, by the way. Let me give you a story link thing. For you, I'm going to give you the Dystopian Captivity Medical Exam, which was very popular. That was, if you remember, that was with this character who doesn't want to touch you because you are Frelsey scum, but has to make sure that we follow the protocol before we execute you. That asshole. A lot of people liked that exam, so I'm giving you that one. Parasite, yes, I have children. The surgery should look more like Gwen Stefani. Oh no. You guys are killing me. Okay. But do you bathe? That's why. Oh, I'm so sorry. I like that. I like the scales falling off in combat, by the way. That's a real thing. Reptiles that are having nutritional issues, parasites, stuff like that. That would be my first thought. Alright, DJ Paid, I'll still get you. I'll be here for a while, Hoff. You were 7, you were 4 or 5. Alright, there you go. You guys are terrible. Oh, I love it. Alpino born and raised Southside to a night. Goes hold it down. I love it so much. Here's a pumpkin spice latte. I guess Patty Loyland is a little bit rude about draconians. She's kind of ignorant. Patty Loyland is like so in real life, by the way, I would not do what she just did. What you're supposed to do when someone comes in requesting a surgery that you are not sure is healthy for them is you wait and let them explain to you why first. You don't start talking. Patty Loyland is by nature a very talkative person. She wants to tell you all the things and blah, 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 blah. In real life, what you do is you sit down and you ask, and you ask why. So for example, I have recommended people do breast reduction surgeries because their breasts were so big it was breaking their back and they were having severe back pain, right? So when someone comes in asking, first you sit and you ask why and you listen, and then that's it. You don't start talking about why not or anything like that because that's never going to work. That's going to be a really bad strategy. That's why I started laughing and correcting her mid thing because I was like, wow, she's terrible. Her bedside manner sucks. That's not how you do. Just so you know. That's not the appropriate way to do. And if you're worried that your friends are trying to get a procedure that's bad for them, wait and find out why first. And then let them know, affirm their beauty and that they're okay and why, and then let them know about the information that that's not so great. Alright, so that was 3. I am a monster. Oh, Patty Loyland. Patty Loyland is mentioned, actually, in the first book, and in the 3rd or 4th book, she kind of screws over the main character, actually. I just consistently play her because she is the only physician that I have invented in my head. Because she's stationed on Luna Guatala, where a lot of the action happens, it's really easy to kind of imagine her as a background character, and technically she would have been the one to take care of Cinta after the horrible events at the interrogation center and everything else like that. So I guess there's also the Revelonian doctors, but I do not have time to do makeup to look Revelonian or like a robot. So you're trying to have tonsil surgery, you only have 2 and you want more. Because he's just a Debbie Downer. I'm a bit of a downer myself. Oh my gosh, I'm getting warm. So I like her, and she's, sweet and does her best. But she is a little bit, you'll see in one of the next exams what one of her issues is. We'll flesh her out a little bit and you'll see. This thing is bothering my face. I hate this. Why is this all down my face instead of up? That's mean. Oh, come on, dude. I know you're just venting, but that's super mean. Oh. Oh. Oh boy. So mean. Alright. Let's finish that Monigotos one. Now we're gonna head on back. So, parasite cream, or not cream, these are parasite pills. So these are what I will give you. Here you go. And where is this thing? Now, you're going to want to take these twice a day. I know they are horse pills. I know they are uncomfortable and big, but you are a big boy and you'll be able to handle it just fine. The other thing is, I can see that it looks like, let me just take a closer look here at your scale. Back here, back towards it. Can I have you stretch your wing that direction? Yep, just go ahead and unfold them. And we'll just go ahead and check over here on this side. Just go ahead and check here. It does look like most of the desquamation is happening. It does appear that it's happening like on the edges of your wings, actually. So, can you tell me a little bit about your defecation? How many times a day are you passing stool? Dozens. Oh boy. We are going to need a stool sample. I really do think that you have a parasite. That is a concerning issue. So, I'm going to have you go and leave a sample in this cup. Okay? You're just going to take this cup out to the bathroom. You're going to leave a sample. You're just going to label it with your name. All the instructions are on the wall there. You're going to take your prescription with you, and we can try that first before we take any kind of drastic measures that might result in you having to have regular surgeries. In the meantime, there's also a lotion that I can give you. Where the hell is my lotion? Here we go. So I can have you take this, okay? And you'll see it's a kind of very clear and light solution. And you're just going to apply that. But the problem is, and that's just for comfort, the problem is not your skin or your scales. The problem is very likely a parasite or malnutrition. And then let me type this in and make sure this gets into your wristband. There you go. Okay. You always get... Oh boy. I think we're going to need to have a longer conversation. I'm going to have you see the behavioral health officer. because that's not really on spec behavior exactly cognitively for somebody in your situation, and it is not really my place to manage that. Thank you very much for the sample though, but I am going to need you to collect a fresh sample for me. So I'm going to have you go out and talk to the behavioral health officer so they can kind of talk with you about recent deployment stresses, childhood stresses, other things like that. A lot of more fecal behaviors have to do with some kind of stressor as a child. Sometimes Freud is a little bit right about some of those things. So that is not on spec for draconian culture at all. I am not shaming you, however. I am not shaming you. That is a good question. Is there really any harm in carrying fecal material in your pockets? Here's the thing. When we are fighting against opponents that do have some scent-based technology, it makes you more vulnerable to be found. So you know, it is a little bit cognitively dissonant that you're saying that you want your scales removed so that you don't get found, and then at the same time you're carrying around items that are going to give you away. So I think you need to talk to somebody who's more experienced than me about, because there's no shame in saying behavioral health. I see behavioral health like every day about all of the things that people come in here with and how they affect me. So I completely and totally it's normal. I just think that you need to sit down and make sure you process some items. So I'm putting in a required... Oh, that's a big problem. That's pretty dangerous. So, my friend, I think we are gonna... In fact, I am putting a lock on your wristband so that you cannot leave the facility until someone's giving you a little talk. Again, don't be alarmed by that. It's okay. I just want to make sure that you are okay, and that you know that you matter and you get taken care of. We're definitely going to give you the anti-parasitic already, and the other, medications that I've given you. But it does sound like there's a just maybe some re-education that needs to happen for your safety and the safety of others, okay? And you're going to be just fine. So I'm just going to have you go down the hallway, and we'll make sure that you're taken care of, okay? And I think it's important for you to understand that, like, you are a phenomenal looking draconian. You are, it says here that you had very high marks in a lot of your missions. And then I think the last mission, something was a little difficult, right? And again, that's not my place to talk with you a lot about. So I think that you should go and talk to the therapist, okay? Not getting roasted. He needs help. There is an online option for therapy. You can get, instead of going to the behavioral health officer down the hall, you can go to BetterHelp.com. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't laugh about that. BetterHelp.com/Dr. Jen is an affiliate. You do want to make sure that you get the therapy that you need. Oh no. Oh dear. In all seriousness, for real life things, if you have you gotta stop it. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at Gabby in the chat. And Pounce Uwu. This is Pounce Uwu that did it. Pounce Nader, you are number 14. We are doing patient visits and we're currently on number 3. And number 3 is giving me a lot of hard time. And there's also a bunch of awards here. Let's get out of here. So everyone knows what's going on. Patty Loyland wouldn't laugh at that. So there is a man, now I don't even remember what we're doing here. or what's going on. Oh no. You guys are so mean. I feel like I'm being bullied on my own stream. Oh no. Oh. It's just the way that things are happening and how you're being silly. Stop it. Oh, you're making me feel weird. Fresh and steamy. So, it is possible to have unusual behaviors. It's not an insult to get sent into the psych ward, but trauma can cause unusual behaviors. Sometimes people have unusual behaviors underlying that they've kept secret for a while, that then can come out. There's a lot of all kinds of unusual triggers for different situations. So if you do find yourself having the urge to give people poop, literally, even though you cognitively understand the health concerns associated with that, I think it is worthwhile talking to a therapist about it. And quite seriously, oof. If you want to be treated like this, you'd visit your dad. You guys are terrible. In real life, if anybody has that kind of affliction where they feel the need to give people literal feces, you should talk to someone about it. Not someone in your personal life, because that will be awkward for you. But talk to a therapist about it, and that can be helpful. And things can be better, because that is a safety concern, right? You don't want to get infections, and there's all kinds of other issues. There are issues associated with playing with feces. So, and that is actually a real link. I was putting it up there as a joke, but in real life that is a real link. But your health department can sometimes get you free care. I know some of you have gotten care a few different ways that way. If you can get care from your local health department, that's cool. It is cheaper sometimes, because not all insurance companies, gosh, this is itchy. Not all insurance companies carry, not all insurance companies will pay for therapy and things like that. What is happening here on different sides of my head? There's all kinds of things going on. Not all insurance companies will help you out on that level. What? And so that's why being able to get it online cheap can be helpful. So that is a real link. But what the hell happened here? Oh, my head just was looking banging, and now it looks dumb. Oh well. Patty Llewellyn is very hit and miss with her headdress. So anyway. Alright, so patient number 3 ended up going. Oh my gosh, you are such funny joking people. I did think that would be funny. So yeah, if you don't have insurance, sometimes online therapy actually is cheaper than going to someone in your coverage area who can cost $300 an appointment, versus $25 to $30 is much more affordable. But if you don't have any insurance, your local health department should hook you up for free. That was my serious moment on top of all the silliness. Oh my gosh, that was very silly. I always ruin funny things by being serious afterwards. Alright, let us move to patient 4. Alright, now that's taken care of, and then I'm gonna have to talk to my therapist probably. Alrighty, so patient number 4? Can I have patient number 4 step into my office now? I don't know who was patient number 4. So I hope that you remembered your numbers. Patient number 4. I don't know who was patient number 4, so you have to remember it yourself. Yeah, this is number 4. Okay. Oh no. Oh, Nigoto. You do make it very difficult to stay in character. It's okay. Probably Loyalin is a little more judgmental than I am too, so it's okay. Like I said, she gives the main character problems in book 4. Got away in line for his poop problems. Alright, Grumpy Gabs. This is gonna be a good one. Hello there, patient number 4. Grumpy Gabs, let me have you follow me. Back in. So, I did look over your chart this morning. And to answer one of your questions, yes, absolutely, your healthcare here is covered, even though you aren't an official FELSI member. Even though I understand we do occasionally hire mercenaries and bounty hunters to help us with the things that are necessary in certain areas. A lot of people like to pretend that in the uncontested zones, nothing actually happens and it's all peace. But of course, both sides are really using mercenaries to operate in those areas where they can't send in troops officially according to the treaties I am tracking. So I absolutely understand, and I understand that you donated some of your help pro bono, so you're kind of part of the family, you're part of the cause, and we're happy to have you here. So yes, everything is covered. Now, I didn't get the second part of your message. Was it predominantly, did you need to get your stitches looked at on your head, or was it a back pain thing? Which of those was it? Which one was it? Are you okay? Have you just gone unconscious on me? Let me take a look. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Are you okay? You looked like you kind of phased out there. I think we're going to need to do a concussion protocol on you before we do anything with stitches, because that was a little disconcerting. You kind of started to stare off into nowhere. Yes, that wasn't good. When did you say you got hit in the head? I don't know. That was unusual. That was pretty unusual. It shouldn't, because all the rooms auto-sterilize between patients when I walk out the polymer wall, so there shouldn't be any other issue. Also, the other reason I'm concerned is you're saying you want to get stitches out, but actually, let me wash my hands real quick. Actually, my friend, it does appear that someone did take the staples out already. So, and you may have forgotten. Is that the friend that you were talking about? The friend who provided you emergency care when you were on a treasure hunt recently? I think you did send me your footage from your HUD, if I'm not incorrect. Was that this footage? So it looks like they got the Okay, so it does look like they got that stuff out. So you just wanted stitches checked and stuff since that person was not a medical professional, right? Okay, let's take a look. Let's do the concussion protocol exam, because it does sound also from the footage that I could see, it seemed like your friend was concerned that you were like just trying to work through and you didn't have any kind of rest after getting hit in the head, and maybe now you need to be put on a little bit of quarters. I know you're busy and you like to work a lot, but maybe you need to sit in your room for a little bit and let your brain recuperate. So we're going to do what's called a Mace Exam. This is a Mace card. These have been used since almost the dawn of time. Well, since the dawn of humans in the military caring about concussions, anyway. So right now, you don't have a deteriorating level of consciousness. You did have I'm having a deteriorating level of able to speak. You did have like a little bit of something kind of phase out there, but are you having any double vision? Please say no. Are you having any double vision? You don't seem to be more restless, combative, or agitated, so that's good. Any repeat vomiting? No double vision. How about any repeat vomiting? Lots and lots of vomiting. No vomiting. Okay. And then I'm going to send you to get imaging just to be sure. We are going to go ahead and get a CT scan, okay? Any seizures, that's where you totally lose control of your body and it starts to shake and things. It appears to me that you're not having those. I did have the camera observe you in the waiting room, but I think if I had known, because I thought from your message you were just coming here to get, like stitches looked at, but then if I had known that you were having these episodes of staring into nothing, I would have moved you up the queue just to let you know. So next time, if you're having unusual feelings or anything like that, just let someone know so that I can make sure to expedite you. Any weakness or tingling in your arms or legs, or any severe or worsening headache. There you go, you're kind of staring again. Just a brutal headache, some dizziness and orientation. Oh no, tingling in the arms or legs. Oh no. Okay, well, we're going to stop this right here and not continue the mace. We have to get you the imaging. I have all these questions that I can't ask you because those are some red flags. That's not good. That's not good times. All right, so let's go get you the imaging. I'm going to have you cross the base with me. Let's go. We're going to go out through here. We just got to get you some good imaging right away. And we're going to go out into the hallway. And we are just going to cross into, we're just going to kind of cross out here across this little courtyard here. Just here. So we'll just cross this courtyard if you'll just follow me. And kind of past the hangar bay. Okay. And here we go. And we just have some construction, so I just have to get you into a different room. So we'll go out through this polymer wall and back through here. Okay. So you are just having these repeated alterations in consciousness and all that stuff that you just described is not good. That can mean that you have a slow brain bleed. You don't want to be tingling in your arms or legs brand new after you've been hit in the head. You certainly don't want the headache to be worsening. So we're just going to get this image. So I'm just going to have you kind of lie down. Okay. So I'm going to have you and I'm just going to kind of take a look here around the injury. It looks like the injury itself has healed very well. So that's excellent. That's excellent. It's completely closed up. It's completely closed up. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the CT scan on you. Let's go ahead and do that. Where is my stuff? And this is a portable CT scan device, so I just gotta set this up around you. Kind of around your head. And And over here. I know it makes weird sounds, doesn't it? And then you will just go through the machine in just a moment. We can find the right items too. And it'll kind of look like a polymer wall. Okay. And just take a lot of nice deep breaths. The machine's just going to kind of be gently whirring around you. And it's just going to kind of check to make sure that you don't need a neurosurgery eval. Because those are some just significant little red flags there. It is very bright, isn't it? I'm sorry. Okay, so now you're out of that little tube. Let me go ahead and read your CT scan. And I'm just going to take a look here. Let's see. I'm going to start by looking up at the top area here. This slice right here at the top. And then we're going to scroll down through these different areas. And we're going to go down to the next area. Let's see. So here's my assessment. You are having some photophobia. You are having severe and worsening headache. You are having the tingling. You did mention as well that you were dealing with, what was the other thing you said? You know, the headache worsening. Right. There is a very, very slight luminescence on one of the slides. I'm going to do a physical exam on you, okay? So I'm going to have you first. We're going to kind of focus on sensation and strength. So I'm going to have you close your eyes, and then you're going to tell me where I'm poking you, okay? And you're just going to point. And then you're going to point over here. And then you're going to point to where I'm poking you over here. Perfect. And then over here. And over here. Excellent. Can you go ahead and squeeze my fingers as hard as you can? All right. Go ahead and lift your hands against mine. And lift out. Good. Lift in, and push down. Okay. Excellent. Go ahead and lift this knee. Very good. And then go ahead and lift this knee. Excellent. And then go ahead and push your foot up against my pressure. And same thing over here. Push up against my pressure. Okay. And then push out. And push out. Okay. I'm going to run you through a neurosurgery algorithm. Okay. And I'm just going to have the little robot. We're just going to put a little, what are they called? A little medbot, little orbital medbot on you, and let it kind of run, kind of scamper across you here. Just this little guy. And I'll just put him back here and let him kind of scamper kind of across your head, kind of evaluate what he wants to do. And then and I'm going to watch this information as it passes. So the gold standard is usually going to be surgical care. And I'll show you a picture of what this looks like. This is not what yours looks like, okay? This is what an epidural hematoma looks like. Oh, that's not a link that works. Well, why can't I? You may not be able to access this website because it's for doctors only. But you can see the CT scan will usually show this like white brightness. You don't have that. You have a very, very slight, very slight. And so usually what people will do is, like you can see here, like a craniotomy or laminectomy. And that's something that I would leave to the neurosurgeon. In this case, and sometimes people have like long epidural drains and everything like that. It's a very dangerous thing. Sometimes people just do tiny burr holes and so forth. But what we can try is since I know you have to be, you have a pretty active life, we can try a little bit of conservative management in your case, because it's not even clear on the imaging if you actually have. I'm not comfortable with this. You're going to be admitted to the hospital and stay here overnight is the basic simple thing. I'm going to have my assistant take care of you. So I'm putting in the paperwork now to have you admitted to the hospital. Your wristband is locked up now, so that you shouldn't, or you don't have a wristband because you're not with us. I cannot mechanically prevent you from leaving the building, but you need to not leave the building. It's very important. If you do have a hemorrhage that progresses, it can crush pieces of your brain and you can die. So it is important that we at least observe you. We can do serial CT scans, and then if that sliver that we're seeing just the tiniest sliver, and if we see that increase at all, then we need to do surgical management. We can do non-surgical management in your case, because again, it's questionable, this CT scan, but we'll do repeat neuro exams every 2 hours, repeat CT scans every 2 hours, and then you will have someone in the room to monitor you, and you will be on a monitor like this, but hooked up the whole time, and then you can really get some good brain rest in. I need to do a little bit more neurological eval on you, okay, before we admit you to the hospital, but that's what's happening. You're going to be admitted. So let me see your, okay, yep, just follow my fingers with your eyes. Okay, stick out your tongue and move it back and forth like this. Okay, open your mouth and say ah. Okay, close your eyes and tell me where you feel me poking. On your face now. I know before it was on your body. Okay, and then over here and over here. Okay, and it feels the same on both sides. Okay, smile real big. Puff out your cheeks. Wrinkle your forehead. Okay, shrug your shoulders up. Perfect. So what we've done is we've evaluated your motor function, your sensory function, cranial nerves 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And we're going to evaluate a little bit of cerebellar function. I saw you walking in here just fine. I'm going to need you to do this, and this, and this. Okay, touch your nose, and then touch my finger over here. Okay, again over here, and over here, and go ahead and flap your feet for me. All right, now take your ankle, put it on your knee, and run it down your shin. Like this. This is your feet. You do that. And the same thing on the other side. Excellent. So your cerebellar function is all right. Your neuro exam is pretty normal, but the changing in consciousness worries me. And I think in the end, we are going to at least get everything prepped so that we can drain the bleed that's collecting in your head. And like I said, it might be very, very slight. Probably we'll do pretty minimally invasive. We have these wonderful little burrs that we can use now that are so tiny you basically can't see them. Tiny little hole in your skull, using the MedBot, and just slurp that blood right out, and that'll be good. That should be it. So But the first thing we do, so I'm gonna leave it a little bit. I'm not gonna leave it up to you whether or not you leave. But we can try a little bit of endovascular embolization. So we're gonna watch you conservatively, see if you get better after a couple hours, get you prepped for slurpty slurp. Okay? Alright, so let me just have you go right upstairs. You don't have time for all that. Well, we don't want you to die, so that's kind of the story. I'm very glad you came in. Alright, so let me escort you upstairs and just through the polymer wall, and we will grab the next patient. Alrighty, who is patient number 5? Can I see patient number 5? I think that might have been Suko or DJ Paid. One of the two. I think we will do DJ Paid. It was Suko. Okay. Alrighty. So we will do that right after these messages. So for everybody, if you just joined the stream, which I haven't seen any new names in chat, but if you just joined, make sure you let me know, make sure you say hi so that I can see what number you are, and then I can do your little patient visit. These are all themed items in the neodymium universe, and I am giving away gifts, basically. So you don't even have to get the book. You can tweet about the book, or Facebook about the book, or Instagram about the book, and you get rewards. You just have to post a link in the description that you did that. You just post a link in the description that you to your post on social media or whatever, and then you get an MP3 and a drawing in. And right now we only have a couple entrances into the drawing for people who are eligible to get a free video request and $50 worth of books. So just like a fun free gift. I might even throw in a tea coupon, we'll see. But either way, like a nice little sizable gift. And you just have to tweet or Facebook or Instagram, and you can get multiple entries by doing it multiple times. So like if you post on Facebook, you can also post on Instagram, you can also tweet, and each one you get more entries the more links you put into the chat. So that's kind of what we're doing today. We're doing giveaways, and that's what we're doing instead of like subs or bits or stuff. Just doing lots of promotion and getting you stuff. So give me your number or don't give me your number, I know your number, if you just remember your number. Damn, even hospital visits have ads in them these days. No, this is just normal me. This is not Patty Loyland. I need to like take the headdress off, don't I? I need to like put a thing on. I need to be like, this is Jen talking. Dun dun dun. I am now Jen. Oh, I'm now invisible. Ooh! Oh cool, we can do a ghost medical exam. Hello? Hello? Do you have a headache? You were 11 or 12. Okay. I won't forget. This thing is killing my head. I hate it. I need to take it off soon. Alright, so if y'all can remember, okay, so I'm DJ Paid and Notice will need exams also. Alrighty, Sleep well, Modus. I bet Gabby could call and make them stop. She could call and pretend to be your fiance and tell them, oh my gosh, we broke up, stop it, you're making him act weird. Or something like that. Like, she could blame them for you bothering her and be like, you're giving him false hopes. Or something. She could create a whole thing and then call them and tell them it's all their fault and they need to leave you alone. Or she can be your older sister. She's sleeping right now and can't talk, so she's like sleeping in the middle of the day. Oh my goodness. Why is that doing that? Oh, it's listening to that. Alright, let's go back into the game. Alrighty, number 5. Okay, let me have you, Suko, let me have you come on back here. So, I am tracking that, I'm pulling up your record here. Oh, the Nutcracker is a fantastic ballet. It's maybe my favorite ballet, since you mentioned it, Suko. Oh, that's right. You're following up on an old injury. An old neck injury, it looks like. Okay. That was from a spaceship crash a couple years ago, and it's still hurting. I'm tracking. I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. So, part of the thing is, so I'm gonna ask you some questions and we're gonna evaluate you, okay? I understand, being a Bont lizard from Forge, the different spaceship plans, right, that have worked for your body. And I understand I just want you to know, I do have your record up, and I do understand that you were in a spaceship that was kind of made for a human body plan, and so that's very uncomfortable for sitting and so forth as a Bont. It is a little better than if you're a sailfin and you can't really bend that way at all, but I think that some of the way that the ship is designed also causes a little bit worse outcomes in some of these, because you were in a blaster craft, correct? Yeah, and some of those outcomes can definitely affect things. So let me take a look at your neck, Suko. Oh, that's right. I didn't even notice that. My gosh. You have phenomenal balance for not having a tail. Well, let me take a look at your neck. I'm just going to wash my hands here. This really beautiful antiseptic that we have. And just wash. And you can have some too if you like. I'm sorry about that. That is quite terrible. So let me just come a little bit closer and not kick a hole in this wall. Okay, so I need to move over to this side. Where am I? Come over to this side and kind of take a look here at your back of your neck. Now, when I am feeling down your neck, I am feeling for if you have any changes in position of your vertebrae. I'm also, which is the most obviously emergency thing, and I am also do have significant paraspinal muscle tension. And I did review your old MRIs as well, and it looks like your whole spine, all of your muscles are just very, 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 very tight. So, we should schedule some OMT sessions, actually. But before we do that, can I ask you a couple questions? The first question is going to be, do you have any tingling in the tips of your claw pads or in your toes? Okay. Any tingling? Oh, no feeling at all. How long has that been going on for? And your fingers and toes. That sucks. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Gabby. Enjoy your hospitalization. Oh my goodness, that is not good. Now, I don't see any bone sticking out all the way, but I do see really what we call an osteopathic somatic dysfunction, which could be what you're talking about, which is where the bone itself isn't displaced, but it is osteopathically displaced. It's something that like a DO would look at, a chiropractor, somebody like that. It's out of alignment, quote unquote. It doesn't mean that actually it's broken or anything like that. And given the very stiff paraspinal muscles, that would make sense. It would make sense that everything is kind of snapped out of alignment and uncomfortable, especially when you try to move to certain directions like the right side, like you said. So, since we are lacking feeling, I think I'd like to repeat the MRI and just make sure that we don't have any disc damage, right? We don't want to have any disc damage that we can't mitigate. You don't chew. Well, I can't judge. I don't have a reptilian bont face plan, so I don't understand a lot. I do understand that the lack of cheeks means that a lot of reptilians just kind of bite and swallow. I understand that. Would you like me to look in your mouth and see if something is stuck in your throat? Do you have the sensation that something is stuck in your throat? Do you have that sensation? I mean, it makes sense as the way that reptilians, I'm sorry, I know reptiles is not a correct term, eat. You want me to take a look in your mouth? Let me take a look in your mouth. Let's just take a look all the way down so that we can see what's going on. Now, I don't have this is obviously ophthalmological equipment. This is not equipment for looking in a... I don't understand why... Did this bulb burn out? Because that would suck, because this is expensive as fuck. Why does it work with the other thing? It doesn't work with this. That blows. Sorry, Patty Llewellyn wouldn't say that, but I am saying that. I'm saying that fucking sucks. I shouldn't use this for so many role plays. Yep. I think the bulb is burnt out. I don't know how to replace the fucking bulb on this bullshit. That sucks. It's probably that thing. Do you see any light? No, you don't see any light. There's no light. You're an echo coming from your throat. Man, this blows. I can't believe that. Because it's not the battery thing, because it works with this. Yep. Oh no! Oh man. I am so sad about that. how am I gonna get this fixed? It's gonna be so expensive. Oh. This is how we're going to look down your throat. Open wide and say, ah! We'll just kind of put this down here and look through this periscope item here. And it does appear that you have a number of items stuck in there. So let me get a curette. And we will just start. We'll just kind of feed this through here. And then down. I'm watching here on the camera. And got it. Okay. I got the bone. Yeah, that is pretty gnarly. That is gross. Alright, so we'll put that over there for disinfection. And here. There was a large meat-based item with bone in it that was impacted into your throat. That is true. I am sorry. Alright, so let me do a couple other things. Can I have you squeeze my fingers? And then move your toes. Okay, and lift up your knee. And lift up the other knee. And kick out. Good, and kick out. Excellent. Now, if you'll do me the favor, please, of closing your eyes. And then I'm just going to tell you, have you point to where I'm poking, okay? Here. And here, 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 and here. Okay. Have you had any loss of bowel or bladder function? By that I mean that you are unable to hold urine or feces. And the second thing is, if your neck, do you suddenly lose motor function in arms, so they just like droop and don't work anymore? Either of those things happen? No? Okay, that's good. That's excellent. Those are some red flag signs. So I am good to know. I'm happy to know that you don't have those red flag signs. So let's see what's next. I'm going to do a little bit of osteopathic manipulation, just some gentle. This is what's called Paraspinal Release here on the back of here. And I'm just going to have you take a deep breath in and out. There, you feel that? That like really loosens up the muscle there. So that's what we'll have to do. We're going to repeat your MRI, and we're going to have you come back for osteopathic manipulation, because that makes a really big difference. And I think there's a lot we can do with that. You are not Uni. You control your bowels. Oh, what was the ouch from? Oh, good. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Okay. So let me, and then also I'm going to prescribe some muscle relaxers. I don't usually like to do that, but in your case, I think it's very necessary to help with that just terrible paraspinal muscle spasm that you've got because of the chronic injury. I'm also going to recommend, we're going to try osteopathic manipulation, have you come in once a week, and we'll readjust and be just very gentle with your spine after we've got the MRI. And then after, I'm also going to recommend a couple of neck exercises that I'm going to put right here for you. Just very gentle. I want you to do these very gently. I don't want you to push them. The idea is not to harm any of the bone structure or anything else like that, while at the same time making sure that we are fixing some of the problems of those the basically muscle situation, specifically neck spasms. We are going to offer to you and we're going to share. How do I share this from the drive? And we're going to get a sharing link and copy the link. Anyone with this link? And here are the exercises that I'm uploading for you. That's a good question. Muscle relaxers can be fairly addictive, but they're not addictive like opioids, right? So that's why you want to be gentle with them. I don't usually prescribe them, but they really do help to kind of relax everything. In your case, I'm specifically going to use cyclobenzaprine or Flexeril. It just kind of relaxes everything. You should only take it before bed, and you should never take it before you're about to fly a spaceship. But that's excellent question. So, and those are some gentle neck exercises you can do to help relieve and alleviate neck spasms. All right, so I think that we will move on to person number 6. I am getting really tired, so I'm going to take a tiny break to go walk around and get a snack, and then I'm going to be right back. This is exhausting me way more than I thought it would, and I have to take this thing off my head because my head is sweating a lot. I thought that I would be able to do this a lot longer, but I'm actually really tired. So I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to eat a little something. I'm going to be right back, and I'll eat with you guys, and we can eat together, and it can be wonderful. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. And you can look over those neck spasm details. In the meantime, I will return and do 7 more of those role plays. You mean mukbang? I probably won't eat super close to the microphone like that. I don't really roll that way, but I understand. I understand it. Mukbang always makes me really hungry. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to stand up. Alright, I will be back. Let me actually put you on this. Not mukbang. Some other thing. Oh my poor legs. Oh my gosh. Okay. I am back. Better than ever. Oh my gosh, where am I gonna put this? I guess I'm gonna put this there. And these cheeses there. Oh man. I need to lay down. But I want to finish this stream. Alright. We are going to position these differently this time. Okay. Hopefully that's not too scandalous. What are happening to people? People are talking, they're chilling in line. I think Dr. Patty would see you bleeding and do something about that. Sunny D, I love Sunny D, man. Oh, I love seaweed salad sometimes. I was just gonna say I love it, and then I was like, but it sometimes makes me want to vomit. So that's not the same as loving it all the time. It's a little bit disingenuous. Alright, talk with me, folks. Yep, that's what Sunny Delight is. Sunny D. It's good stuff. It's very sweet, though. Look at the back of it and you'll see it's supposed to be good for you, and it's not. All of those juices, you don't want a juice that has more than 10. When you look for the sugar at the back, you need to be looking 10 grams of sugar. You don't want more than that. But it's so yummy. I love Sunny D. Dragon bear pelts are super in season right now. Sorry, alien bear pelts. There are wrath bears on some of the small moons near Revlon. Maybe you ran into a wrath bear. What do you guys think about the experiment on Wednesday with the teeth? I liked the clicking at first, but then it was like, maybe don't, right? Maybe it was too many, like, spitty sounds and too hard to understand. I don't know, what do you think? That's true. Oh, by the way, you guys need to, I need to make a better announcement for the food, the leftovers contest, but we gotta do that soon. And teeth made you uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't think that I would watch that, but I liked listening to it. I sometimes listen to my own shit to sleep. Because I can trust that I didn't say anything that I disagree with. It's the draconian video. About the I linked it in the chat. It's about the draconian who helps you. It's your first time off your planet. And you've crashed on an alien moon. And she's the first, non-Homo sapiens person that you've ever met. And she's a little sassy with you, and you're a little bit of a dumbass, but takes care of you. She's kind of hard to understand with her big ass teeth. I don't think I'll do that again. It was a lot of effort for not a lot of return. I mean, she was. I don't think she was Asian, but she was fun to do though. I don't know, in your headcanon I guess you can love that character, but I don't know what happens with that character. I just really wanted to do a draconian, because what I really wanted to do was draw a terrible shitty map of the universe, which I did. I drew a terrible shitty map of the universe through about halfway through. That's the best part, in my opinion. And then I fucked up and didn't zoom out enough. But anyway, that part I really like, where she draws you all of the different planets. That dude from the line in Burger King. Oh, that's right. He thought you were so hot. Oh no. This is a cup that Brian made, but the handle got broken. I still think it's really pretty. And I'm drinking tea in almond milk. Green tea specifically. That's true, those are assholes. People who don't respect like strangers' boundaries, they're definitely not going to respect the boundaries of someone like in a close life with them. Alright. That sounds awesome, the ghost pepper chicken nuggets. That sounds super good, man. But it also sounds like gastrointestinal distress the next day. Yeah, I no longer tolerate spicy anymore. So when we drive through Tennessee, there's this spicy chicken place, Gus's. You have to try. It's near Knoxville. It is the best chicken. So I've tried chicken all over the world. Maybe the best chicken is in South Korea, in Pyeongtaek, at this little drinking bar for chicken. That could be the best, or the best is Tennessee Gus's. Amazing stuff. Very spicy. I eat it fully knowing that I'm gonna have to drink like 2 bottles of Pepto-Bismol afterwards. It's so good though. That's been like my dream. I would love to be on Hot Ones. Speaking of which, we're gonna do something that is the opposite. Starting next week, I think, we're gonna have people on for a whispered segment where it's like the gauntlet is to get increasingly more relaxing and drink different sips of tea, so the opposite of Hot Ones, while talking about things that relax you. And we're going to interview a couple of people, ASMR artists and other stuff. But yeah, I would love to be on that show, but then I think about like, oh, but the next day your gut My favorite was Gordon Ramsay, and you can tell Gordon Ramsay knows that like he needs his tongue to work the next day, and you can tell him sitting there and being like, oh no, what have I done? But like he's having fun too. He's having fun being a meme. I loved that one. Oh my gosh. I had to wear a mask while cooking it. I bet it was delicious. Orange habanero sounds awesome. I'm glad that you cook so much and share your cookings to Discord. Do you want a string cheese? You can have this string cheese. Oh no, that's dangerous. Yeah, you can hurt somebody. That's not good. That's what bear spray is made of. It's like mace, which is the ingredient in hot peppers. Oh no. Did you promise and not deliver, Hush Hush? What a crime. You have to be punished, probably. So this is what cheese sounds like. Can you hear it? Alright. Do you guys know whose number 6 was? I don't know who number 6 was. We just did Suko. That might have been DJ Paid. Oh no. Oh man. It's amazing how eating can make you feel so much better. She wouldn't let you be bleeding. You can't possibly be bleeding. Cause you're number, what number are you? You're number 11? You're one of the insectoid numbers, I'm pretty sure. Oh, so you're actually next. That's you. Josie. We're not in space right now. Bye, Nemo. I hope you sleep well. I don't think we've done you yet, so make sure I get your number. What I might do is do you guys who are leaving next time. That's right. Well, I haven't done you yet. 13. Okay. Have a really lovely night, man. Yeah, she's been on. She's been moderating, actually. I see her there. don't know where to put this thing. Put it there. Alright. This is a tired Jen who maybe needs to do the rest later because she is really not feeling good all of a sudden. We'll see how many more I can do, and then I might have to. I'm in pain again, so I might have to ditch, which is a bummer because there was so much I wanted to do this stream, but I don't have the energy that I used to have. Victor in the way that your underarms get when you've been wearing your IOTV all day long in the desert and it's hot out there and your IOTV is heavy and you also have on your it's like an army sweater. You have that on too, on top of your body armor, and that way, that's the Victor way. Victor in that way, which I guess is squishy. This is difficult to apply. This is easy to get off and really hard to put back on. Here we go. That's the Victor way. I always come up with something. It just takes me a little bit sometimes. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Let us hop back in. I'm about halfway through, huh? I have about 6 more. I think we might have to do them first come, first serve and do them next time. But we will do Josie. Who else is here who I haven't done yet? Who is still here? I don't think... Did I do Dr. Sparkles? I don't think so. I don't think I did Hush Hush. Alright, we'll do our best to get through everybody. That's right, you were after DJ Paid. Okay. We'll do our best. Alright. Number 6. Tea drinking demon. Let me have you pop right back this way. So it says here on your chart, you have a sprained wing or something like that. You just wanted to get it checked out. I understand. Now you're also a draconian, but you've been stationed here for a little while, huh? How do you like Luna Guatalo? Do you like it okay? I know it's a lot more humid than Alpino tends to be. Have you been adapting okay to the humidity? No issues with scales sloughing or anything else like that? It's been okay? Alrighty. Let me check your... Let's just hop right in and take a look at these wings. When did the injury happen? When did you start having pain? Is it the left one or the right one? It's the right one? Okay. Well, let me take a look. Oh, the left. I got it exactly wrong. And then what happened? When did it start to feel sore? Was it sore kind of in the root there? Were you like flying very fast or trying to carry something particularly heavy? Because obviously it's not bleeding or anything like that, but did you feel a sudden snap or pop or anything like that? Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. And it's okay if it's embarrassing. Oh, you felt a snap. So you were transporting some items for work. Do you work in the hangar bay, where all the ships load and unload? Yeah. Okay. So what can happen? So I don't know. It's. Let me take a look, and then I'll talk after I take a look. Let's first wash hands for obvious reasons, because I've been touching all kinds of people. You know how it is. I like the sound of hand washing. It's an excellent little sound. This is crap now. Alright. And let me just... Alright, so what I'm going to do, it's the left. So over there. It's a little difficult to see. This thing is flipped. That's weird. That's why I'm being confused. Wow. The screen is like doubly flipped. That's confusing to me. But that's the same for me. This is so strange. Sorry, I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused because usually when I do these, my camera isn't flipped, and that is the left. But on screen, that is not the left. My OBS is all like janky. On screen, this is... I'm hella confused all of a sudden. My OBS is like backwards, and now I'm crazy. Now I'm a crazy person. Now it's called visual triggers, right? You're just like reaching randomly towards you in space. For you guys, is it flipped? Is this... Are you seeing this side as your left? Well, so with... Normally it's just the opposite, right? So this is my left, my right, and so this would be your left and your right. But on the screen it's like flipped. So this should be your left. Is this your left? Is that what you're seeing? Or do you guys have it flipped? Because OBS is showing it to me flipped. OBS is showing me this. When it pops up, it's like flipped to be even with me again. So OBS is showing me as this. So like if I reach to this direction, do you guys see me reaching towards your left? You should. Okay, it's not flipped. So you are getting a left-handed experience there. Okay, good. My screen is all whack. Sorry about that. Well, now that we've ascertained it is your left wing, let me take a look. Let me just get close up over here on this side. Oh, it hurts a little bit right there, huh? Do me a favor, can you show me, can you extend both wings for me? Just unfurl them, baby. Loud and proud. Just, So it does appear, to me anyway, can you raise them up? Like furl them like you're closing them like a butterfly? Like that? Straight back and up. Alright, then like turn them so they're kind of like that. Okay. Yeah, you definitely have a tendinopathy. So where your wing connects to your back, and you know how they like fold up all nice, you can hide them. This tendon up at the top does take a lot, like a pretty severe pounding, and does a lot of work when you're trying to really get airborne with stuff. And it looks like you took a dive while you were carrying something very quickly and hard, like snapped up, and the weight just kind of pulled you down. It's kind of similar. So in your bicep, I don't know if you've had a biceps tear before, but it can happen on your bicep that you're carrying something that's so heavy and you try to pull up, sometimes, especially if there's a pronating force. This is supinating and this is pronating. So if you are trying to do this and pull up very quickly and rapidly, and something very heavy just drops on you, ow, it hurts. If something very heavy just drops, it can snap your biceps tendon right here. And what you'll see is the biceps itself will roll up and there will be a bulge right here. And there's a bulge just like that up at the back of the wing here. So you definitely need to not be flying for at least 6 weeks, okay? You're gonna be walking. You can be using jetpack shoes if you like. Not jetpack shoes, I don't know what you call them, but the recon people have them. The shoes that rocket boots, there we go. You can use those, but you definitely shouldn't be doing any flying. I want to take an MRI, so I'm going to send you down to get an MRI because we really need to see. So the bulge isn't super bad, but we really need to see if we need surgery to reattach that. I have a sneaking suspicion that we do. You don't have to stay in the hospital overnight, but I will need to see you back in the morning, and then we can reevaluate once we've got our MRI, okay? So, and it's not emergent, but you should go directly and get the MRI now. You must be in some pain, so I'm going to give you some painkillers. Where are they? Here they are. I'm going to give you some painkillers, okay? And these have little smiley faces on them. I don't know if you can see, but in the hopes that you feel better. And you can kind of see they have some unusual patterns and so forth. I hate thinking about that. Well, I'm sorry. It's funny that that grosses you out, but giving people poop doesn't. Everybody has their own thing. That's what I always say. Everyone's got something that makes them ticky. So these are for you. I'm gonna let you take those. And those, just take it every 6 hours, okay, as needed for pain, but it's better to get ahead of the pain, so just take them every 6 hours for the next couple weeks. And we definitely need to get you an MRI. This isn't something that we can really kind of alter otherwise. It's an acute injury. So that's what I want you to do. Any questions about the wing or the injury? Any questions for me? It does appear, you'll want to do ice, compression, and elevation. You're not going to elevate it by flying or anything, just leave it hanging kind of up and a little bit extended. It's difficult because it really does increase your size, right? Your surface area if you have it a little bit extended. You don't need like a cast at this point because we're going to do surgery on it, but let's give it a little bit of support. Let's build a little bit of a support back here for it. And we can probably get some things aligned. Just let me come back behind here and kind of fasten this. not really. Let me get a better thing to tie it with up here. Just kind of being very intentional about how we're locating this. I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt you. Is it okay? Are you okay? Okay, I'll just be really gentle. I just want to build a little bit of extra support for this because it's a little hard for you to carry it, and then I'm going to wrap around your shoulder. Let me show you. So, this thing is dumb. This is the wrong color, and it becomes invisible. This is way too small. Where is the pink one? Brown will have to suffice. So, we're going to wrap around the shoulder and up, and then cross it over like this. We're going to cross it over and continue it up along the wing using this. This is going to be situated basically this way, and that will kind of using your shoulder to help hold up and stabilize that injury. Okay, so let's just give me a second, because it does take a little bit of a minute here. There we go. Oh. And we need a little more, and we'll keep that right there. Keep that there. Excellent. Perfect. Perfect. Alrighty. So let me have you go down to get your MRI, okay? Directions are on your wristband. And let me send you out. Alrighty. Next, number 7. So I think that's DJ paid 93. Excellent. Let me have you come on in. Okay. Yep, let me have you come on back and we will talk. So, tell me what's going on. I got your report, but it was a little bit odd. Yeah. So, have you had a little bit of trouble integrating with your squadron? So any kind of complaints that you want to file against your squadron, you're going to need to file those. Let me just wash my hands here while we talk. Just a little bit of this good solution. Just a little bit of this goodness. So any complaints need to go through your chain of command and through the legal office. I see you've just been kind of discouraged. Oh, you're contaminated. I'm sorry. I know people don't like that term, but you talk to an invisible being from another dimension. So I don't. I do know that there are counselors here who do. I personally don't know that I think other dimensions exist. So to me it is unusual, but of course I'm part of the Frelsey, and I will defend your right to talk to invisible sky men as long as you want. I will, unlike the Groen, I will defend your right to do that, even if I don't necessarily stand with that. But I may not be the best person to get you into counseling and so forth. I think it's important to kind of understand one's biases, and my bias is definitely not in that corner. So I would want to get you someone who has the same, like, culturally they're kind of in the same. I know it crosses culture. I know a lot of Frelsey, especially children, talk to Nyan the Jada, right, is his name. I know that. But so I know it's not just a cultural thing. I know that for you it's a reality thing. But I don't think I'm the person to address that with you. So I do take a couple counseling patients, but I really think that you need a counseling provider who's going to be more fair to you, because it wouldn't be fair to you if you have somebody who kind of doesn't really understand where you're coming from in the way that they probably need to, because it does sound like you are having trouble with your squadron because you're the only. What do you prefer instead of contaminated? Just no term at all. Just a friend of Nyandajata. Okay, but you're the only one in your squadron, right? Okay. That's right. Well, they shouldn't be bothering you about that. That is a EO complaint. I understand it can be difficult because of the myth that a lot of Groen stage leadership can detect contaminated people, and therefore a contaminated person having them on the battlefield with you is a risk because they can be detected and found. I have not seen any evidence for that. I don't think that's real. I've heard the same rumors and so forth that everybody has, right? I totally, I see a lot of patients, so I've certainly heard people who blame their attack by the Groen on a contaminated person being there, and I think that's very unfair to you. I'm sorry, I should stop saying contaminated, but you understand that is the lingo that most people are using. And it is unfair. You're right. Like, to you, your space friend is not a infection or a disease or anything like that. They're your friend. So I understand that. So, have you had any physical bullying? I see. Well. Oh, and you're getting headaches from all of the stress of the bullying and everything. Let me take a look at so you need to submit a paper to legal. It doesn't have to be a paper, you just need to talk to them. And you can ask to transfer squads as well. There are squad families that are going to be more amenable. However, you shouldn't just ask to transfer, you should tell them why, because that is not acceptable behavior. You feel like it's a gray line area, like they haven't been really mean, it's just been little comments. I'm sorry. Little comments like my comments. I'm sorry. Again, I don't know about any of those things existing. So because of that, again, I am not a good person to talk about those things. I am very sorry. It's just so far out of what is, real to me. I've never heard an interdimensional person talking, and it is true I've never tried to listen, but I don't think that that's going to make something reappear. You either hear something or you don't hear it. I can respect that. Either way, though, to move on, we need to get you emotional support that jives with what you need, right? Yeah. And you definitely need to file a complaint. That's the second thing. And the third thing, we need to check out your head and make sure that your headache is okay? Yeah. So I'm just gonna kind of press on your scalp because I have a very strong suspicion you have a tension headache and I might be able to help with it. Yeah, exactly. I might be able to solve some of it. So let me just up here, and then over here, just kind of check on your scalp. And let's see. And I think so you have a lot of tension right here, and then a lot of occipital tension. So give me a second, I'm just gonna do an occipital, kind of a forward version of an occipital release. Just putting my hand back behind, right here at the base of your neck, and pressing on 2 pressure points that are there. Okay, and then that should start to feel a little bit more relaxing. And then over here, that should help. I hope that helps a little bit. Yeah, it's a release that doesn't take a very long time. I'm also going to give you a little bit of acetaminophen. What you can do for headaches is at the beginning of a headache, you take this with caffeine and aspirin, mix them together. Don't like actually make your own drugs or anything like that. It's just good to take those things. It's just really empty right now, Dr. Sparkles. No one had anything to say about that roleplay. Where was I? Let me give you some Tylenol, and you can mix it with the other two, and that will also help at the beginning of a headache, okay? That's more for other kinds of headaches, but it really does help. So here, I'm going to give you these, and that should make a little bit of a difference. And I'm going to get you signed up with a counselor. Okay? So what you should do is before leaving here, you should go talk to them, and then you should also stop by legal, okay? Like I said, I might not see reality the way that you see it. I may, but I believe that you have a right to be that way, and I would sit and argue with you for hours over lunch. But for counseling, that's not what you need. For counseling, you need someone who's going to jive with you and be in the same boat, you know? Exactly. So, and I think that will help. Once you get some of that stress sorted out, that will help with the headaches. All right. Thank you for coming by. All right, let's see the next person. Back into the hallway. Who was person number 8? Who was number 8? Number 8. Number 8. Wonderful. Dr. Sparkles, it is good to see you. Come on in. Let me just have you come right back here. Now, I did get your file that was sent over, and I do have all of your vitals as well. And they are looking good, except it does seem like your blood pressure is fairly elevated for a space lemur of your size. Now, I understand in your community you are a healer. You have a degree in biomedical science, correct? I mean, it makes sense. It's in the name, right, Dr. Sparkles? Correct. All right. So in some ways, this is maybe more of a formality. You know what is wrong with you just as well or better than anyone else. But I will just go through the, algorithm to make sure there's nothing that we're missing. I agree with what you sent over, that you do seem to be having episodic hypertension. I did get your 5-day readout where it looks like you're consistently having hypertension over the 5 different days. Are you having any headaches where you feel like pulsing in your head or throbbing, like frontal headaches, anything like that? And along that, are you having any chest pain, palpitations, on occasion for the headaches? Okay. And not regular chest pain? Okay. Any right upper quadrant pain? On you, that's going to be this side. On me, that's going to be right under here. Right this area, right above the liver. Any kind of pain right there? No? Okay, that's good. And then, are you having any episodes left quadrant? Oh, that's strange. We'll have to do an abdominal exam. Remind me again, is your liver, are you pregnant? First off, are you pregnant that you know of? No, right? Okay. You hope not. You're male. Okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry about that. I do have your chromosome analysis here in the readout as well, so I should have figured that. See, the problem is your fur is just so lustrous and beautiful. To be quite honest, you are one of the best looking bukes that I have seen like just saying. In a professional and platonic way, just saying. So anyway, left quadrant pain, we'll do a little abdominal exam about that. We're going to make sure we do a chest exam and kind of listen to your heart and lungs, check on all that good stuff. Have you had excessive urination, pain in urination, anything like that? No urine problems? A little bit, okay. Just excessive urination, like a lot? Just started recently? Any pain on urination, or is it just excessive urination? Excessive and pain. Any new sexual partners within the last several months? In females, given the short urethra, you can have a UTI very frequently. In males, usually having pain on urination indicates a sexually transmitted disease. No new sexual partners. Okay. Well, excessive, we should definitely do a couple blood tests. We'll definitely get a urine sample from you. It is not impossible for folks, especially furry folks, depending on the environment that you're in. So certain male mammals are, especially ones that spend a lot of time on a forest floor. I know space lemurs usually spend more time in the trees, but depending on the environment or the bedding material, certain male mammals, especially things like hamsters, tend to be more commonly at risk for getting just little things stuck in the urethra, and that can be a problem. I don't think any of that is related to the hypertension concern. We'll just make sure we check the urine and make sure everything is okay. Okay. Anything else, anything else unusual? Have you been having a lot of swelling of your feet, both forepaws or back paws? Any swelling? Okay. So yeah, that could be the case. So with a 5-day history of regular high blood pressure, that's essential hypertension on its own. That's not related to stress. When I'm talking about high blood pressure, I'm talking, over for a humanoid, it would be over 140 over 90. For yourself, because you are smaller, even 135 over 80 is very high, and yours was above that. So you're certainly not a land walrus. Let's say that. But no swelling in the paws. Okay, so let's do our check. Let's get a couple labs, and then I will send you a message via your wristband about whether or not, because we are going to want to start hypertension medication today. The question is we're looking at dosing, if we need to do a separate UTI treatment, and if we need to examine you for diabetes, because anyone can get diabetes who's a mammal, pretty much. So let me make sure to put this in here, these orders. And I will give you this to go urinate in, and that'll be right afterwards. Here you go. And blood tests. I can actually draw some of your blood right here. I'll just glove up. I want to wash my hands again. Where did my water go? There it is. Not water, my special hygienic solution with its excellent sounds. Okay. And I'm just going to glove up. And we'll just do a simple that is true. Well, and you know, for like mandatory drug testing, real talk, when we have our drug testing, I call it peeing for America. When they call you in and you have to go pee and someone has to watch your crotch while you urinate to make sure you're not putting stuff in it, that is the most difficult thing. It takes forever with someone staring at your crotch. It is the worst, okay? It is just the worst. It is very difficult. We do those regularly. Soldiers have to do them frequently. Hi there, Schooly JB. It's been a while. Happy to see you again. Please say hello in the chat. I've been here every Thursday, man, and I've been making videos every Sunday. Maybe YouTube just hasn't been recommending me to you because YouTube has decided that I should die in secret. YouTube really hates me. Nope. That's gonna be at least another year at this point. You're able to do it without issue. That's awesome. Yeah, it is really nice to have very good sphincter control. Some people consider that a sign of a highly evolved being. I don't know if I think that's the case. I guess I'm not very evolved. Alright. Guys, tell Schooly what's going on, and I will continue with the Dr. Sparkle story. Alright, so I do have a needle here, and you can check and see that it is sterile, it is completely closed up. It's not a very big needle, and we're just going to take a small collection of blood from you, just a little bit. Just going to collect it right into this vial, okay? So first we're going to tie the tourniquet right up here on top of your little arm, and then find your brachial vein here, and then we're just going to check here. That's a pretty good vein, and then we just need to clean the area. Clean it first, and then open the needle and put right in and pop and connect and let go of the tourniquet and fill the vial. Hold, and I'm gonna have you hold pressure here while I take this out. Excellent. Excellent. All right. And so what we're looking for there is we're going to look for an A1C. We want an A1C instead of just a fasting blood sugar because an A1C gives us a better idea of your control over time. A1C is a measure of how much glucose is stuck to your blood cells, as you know. Because your blood cells live about 120 days, so that gives us a much better. Fasting blood glucose can change from day to day. That's just how much sugar is floating around in your blood. So we've got that. And then you're going to go urinate for me, and we're going to get both urine electrolytes and infectious disease panel, and that's going to make sure, like I said, if we've got something going on kind of there. So if you've noticed anything that's been stuck or protruding in the area, obviously you got to take it out yourself. I can certainly help you with that as well, but I trust you since you're a medical professional to be able to take care of that area. So all right, sounds good. So let's do the rest. Let's do abdominal exam and chest exam for that left upper quadrant pain. Now, did you have any trauma recently? Are you worried about your... Ooh, you said no new sexual partner. How about new kissing partner? Especially given the spleen on the left upper quadrant. No. Okay. Alrighty. Let us listen first to your carotid arteries up here. Obviously, we're going to use the bell and not the diaphragm, obviously. Listening there. Trying to hear breathe there. Okay. And then here in your chest, just first listening on, over the aortic area, the pulmonary area, the left lower sternal border, and over the mitral valve area, and then just back here on the left lateral side, intercostally. Okay, excellent. Let me check your pulses. Let me check both pulses. What I'm doing is I'm checking the pulse that runs up along the top of the paw here. Okay, and then what would be the equivalent of your pedal pulse as well, down on your back paws. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So that's pretty good. It is a very strong pulse, but that is good. Let's listen to your belly. So, left, right, left, and right. Okay, we're going to just do a little bit of palpation. We're going to do a little percussion first. You do seem to have a little bit of bloating. Any blood in your stool? Any blood in your stool? You're fine, Schooly JB. You're totally fine. I can't get the link to open. Oh, there it is. Oh, crazy stuff. That's cool. I don't do a lot of forums, but that's awesome. That's good to know that they exist. And you're welcome to join my join the email groups, and I can email you regularly as well. New book came out, and that's what today is about. All the burgers you ate. Oh no, all the burgers. So let me show you here let me just paste these in real quick. So Schooly, what we're doing is, if you shared about neodymium to any of your socials, or the forum is fine too, if you shared about any of those things, then you can get, you've just put a link in the chat, and then every share will get rewarded with SCIFI MP3s, plus be entered in a drawing to win over $50 of books and a free YouTube video. So just put them in the chat, and I will give you some MP3 links. And thank you so much. If you paste a link to your Neodymium Exodus review or a picture of your Neodymium Exodus purchase receipt, you also get even more entries and MP3s. So that's what's happening today. Gonna use the full stomach. Alrighty. So, a little bit of bloating in your percussion. I'm gonna go ahead and press. I do see a little tenderness there on the left, and here, and here, and here. This is specifically for the book. So any posting of the book links, you just have to Google this word, right? And any sharing of those links or getting of the book, I'm giving away gifts today. So we're not doing subs, we're not doing bits or anything like that. Please don't sub or bid or anything to the channel. Instead, just share about Neodymium Exodus and I will give you gifts. That's what it's about today. My caps lock is on. Alright, Now, Dr. Sparkles, did you tell me? And I am a human. I am Dr. Patty Loylan. You have no blood in the stool? Not even a little bit? Okay. I still think I want, I would want to kind of consider diverticulitis on our differential, especially given that you're telling me you eat fairly unhealthily, you're having that pain, you're saying that you don't have any risk factors for mono, and you do have some tenderness, but you don't really seem to have peritoneal signs, just some bloating. So I would consider diverticulitis, and I would consider eating a lot of fiber to help with that. A more traditional space lemur diet would be a little bit better. Now, let me try a couple of other things. I'm going to tap here on your foot while touching your belly. Okay, I'm going to press here on your right side. I'm going to have you take a deep breath. Go ahead. Alright, so that's a negative Murphy's sign. And then here, that's negative rebound tenderness and a negative McBurney's point. So that's pretty good. So that would be my big concern. I would expect diverticulitis. I would want you to kind of lower your salt intake as well, since we clearly do have a diagnosis of essential hypertension. Let me get you prescribed. I actually think that I would like to start you on, let's start you on some, also your heart sounds good, by the way. I know that you are a little bit older, but I am not at this point worried about heart failure symptoms. Definitely let me know if you have edema and increasing chest pain and so forth. But we definitely need to get this high blood pressure under control. Since you are having frequent urination, again, I'm looking at diabetes for that. So I will send a diet link to your wristband. And I will here you go, just right here. And in the description of that, there should be a good little diet link for you. What were we doing now? Oh, that's it. I just got to give you some hydrochlor. So we've gotten a lot of stuff done this visit. I'm thinking hydrochlorothiazide. You're already urinating quite a bit. Just kind of help clear things out. Scratch that. Let's go with a calcium channel blocker, okay? Calcium channel blocker. Let me replace these. There you go. Bunch of calcium channel blockers for you. Instructions are on the back of the box. Alrighty. Well, please follow up with me in about a month. I will call you about the results that we get and make sure that you pop around and donate your pee to the cause. Alright? Thank you. I do not smell methane in here. I do not. The cleaning system automatically cleans the room as soon as I leave. So I'm going to walk out with you, and then whatever anyone smells will not be here anymore. It happens. We all get... There was an incident earlier that you might be getting wafts from. You shouldn't, but might be. Maybe from the hallway. The hallway smells like methane. Alright, speaking of the hallway, hello. How about person number 9? Who is person number 9? You people are funny. You help. Alright. Perfect. Schoolie, this is like way in the future. I can't remember the exact number. It's written down somewhere. Something like 23098 or something like that. It's like very, very not in our No, because you would already have been hospitalized. She wouldn't just let you bleed out and just hang out bleeding. She wouldn't let that happen. You would have been triaged. The medbot would have taken care. Well, we'll play with this. Alrighty. I do see that you just came back from surgery. I am so sorry. It's been quite a wait after a surgery. Let me have you come back into the room. And what we will do, I'm going to take off my gloves and wash my hands, and we will take a look. And I'll put on different gloves, and we will take a look. So I have your file. I do understand, hush hush, that you were on one of the outer moons near Revlon, right? And you had an incident with a wrath bear. I understand you were on a bit of a sensitive mission as well. So my job, now that the medbots have gotten you all stitched up, my job is to be really, really itchy because of the plastic. Let me wash my hands. That's really important. That's my first job. My first job is that we don't make you more sick. Do no harm. Do no harm. Do no harm. You people are just giving me such a hard time. Do no harm. Alright, let's go ahead and wash. And then we gotta get gloves back on. New gloves. It's okay, no one here is crazy. It's okay. Everyone is welcome. And when I am in Paraguay, you will get updates. You will get streams and videos, and it'll be much better than now. It'll be much more interesting and much prettier, and I just gotta make sure I can get good internet. I'm gonna pay out the butt for satellite internet, which is why I need story stuff shared, because I need to be able to pay for that stuff so that I can still coordinate with you guys. That's the plan anyway. Alright, back in. So you had some pretty severe lacerations, but I do understand that they were all at the musculoskeletal level. I will go ahead and review your imaging. And okay, so it looks like they focused on predominantly myomer repair, right? And then myofascial repair. And then of course the epidermis and the dermis. So let's take a look and see how that is. I'm going to palpate around the areas, not like on them, just to make sure it looks like. So usually we don't want to close up wounds like that. It's just they were bleeding so much and they needed to do approximation, close things up. But usually we want to leave wounds open and let them heal on their own, with packing and everything like that, surgical packing and everything else like that. Especially animal injuries, even large animal injuries, you don't want to close up because they can get infected. So the main reason that the medbots closed up your injuries was that you wouldn't stop bleeding. Not like it's your fault, but you know. So now that you have the injuries closed up, we are still at risk of infection. So what I'm doing when I'm looking around the lacerations, since it has been about a day, is I'm going to try to make sure I'm really looking for signs of cellulitis or signs of the stitches opening up or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and look here first across this large wound on your shoulder, all across here. How did you end up tangling with a wrath bear? What happened? Would you mind telling me what happened? Understanding the mechanism of injury, hush hush, helps a little bit, because then I can better understand what kind of concerns we need to be paying attention to. So just kind of checking along the shoulder. And then this one along the neck was very serious. You are very fortunate that you survived okay. Oh, I understand. That's code for you can't tell me or you'd have to kill me. I get it. I understand. Along here and along here. Now, given your kind of greenish tint, are you photosynthetic? Are you Homo sapiens photosynthesis? Photosynthesis? It's hard to say that last thing. Are you a photosynthetic human? Sometimes photosynthetic humans don't know they're photosynthetic until they've entered a time of stress when their body needs additional vitamins and just begins to produce chlorophyll and demand very, okay. Alright, that's actually a really good thing for this healing prognosis. So let's look down this arm. Down this arm. And then over on this side. And here. And here. Over here. And down back here. My main concern is that abdominal wound. I understand from your chart that there was no intestinal tear, but we're going to want a pretty hardcore cephalosporin on board, or what I would rather have is imipenem. So I'm actually going to give that to you IV, and I'm going to have you, I'd kind of like to have you in observation. Just spend the night here in observation so I can give you imipenem, watch again in the morning. My main concern again is I understand you had a completely open abdominal wound, and I wouldn't really want, we want to make sure that that's all right. I'm going to gently palpate up here, and here, here, and here. So, they did a very good job, the medbots did, closing everything up. I just, let's do a quick ultrasound, okay? Let's just get an ultrasound right here by the bed. So I'm just going to pull this up, and then get my probe. Where is my probe? Here it is. Just plug that in. Okay. Just put that along your belly here. Just a very simple probe. And look at the... I'm just gonna kind of look at the screen here. And I'm looking for unusual peritoneal fluid around any of your organs. First on the left side, checking around the spleen. I'm doing kind of what's called a fast exam. And on the right side, I want to make sure fluid isn't collecting next to the liver. And then over here, next to the kidney, and the other kidney, and then down around where your bladder is. Okay. Any kind of testicular torsion, any kind of genital trauma? No? Excellent. That is excellent, because that was not a good situation you were in. Alright, so I'm going to have you stay overnight. Let's put you on some IV imipenem upstairs. Make sure that we really knock out any bugs. I really do think that you're going to be good. You're going to be out of the woods. It's just going to be a little while. So I am going to be writing a profile for your command team to understand that, you're going to need a couple, weeks really of healing. But it's actually not going to take you too long because you are a photosynthete. So I'll have you head upstairs. Thank you. And thank you for your... I don't know what you were doing, but thank you for your chopstick-related service. We all certainly need chopsticks. Alright. I liked that one. Someone with a really severe injury, you wouldn't take a lot of time, and it's actually kind of boring, some of the more severe ones, because you pack them up and push them out. That's what you do. You don't take a million years, like, things that take a really long time in real life would be like the chronic thing, like the one I did with Suko, the neck pain, because you kind of have to figure out like their history, and the one I did with Dr. Sparkles, that would also take a while in real life, because you have to kind of, I mean, those can be very short, but they should be, the chronic things should be kind of thorough and take a while. Things that it's like an acute injury, like the one that I did with Josie, or like this one where like he just recently come out of surgery, those kind of things, your job is to make sure they don't have anything life-threatening, patch them up, and supportive care. That's your job. So that's kind of how that goes. I think probably the most complicated one was the one, because I shouldn't have made it open for Gabby to answer weakness or tingling in the arms or legs. I should have immediately said no, because concussion exams actually go on for much longer. I would go through this entire Mace card, but if they have a red flag like that, then it's, no, they need a neurosurgery, most likely something like a neurosurgery eval, some kind of higher level of care needs to, take care of them immediately. Mine has a little red thing that says defer Mace 2 if any red flags are present immediately. Consult higher level of care and consider urgent evacuation according to evacuation precedents, or TC3. And I rotated with a neurosurgeon, but that's it. So my knowledge on that is so slim. I mean, you have to do like 7 years after medical school to do neurosurgery. It's pretty hardcore. And a lot of them focus on the spine instead of on like the brain. But when they do the brain, the big emergency thing is if you have some kind of epidural hemorrhage or something like that, how to get that stuff out. So anyway, so there's some realism in these things, and some not, obviously. So that was number 10, right? Alrighty, who is number 11? Do we have a number 11? I think that might have been Modus. Who is still here? And we'll do those first. Well, no, we'll knock Modus out. We'll knock him out. He'll be the combative patient. That boy, JP. Hi there. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. I know it's your first time. We are doing... let me let you know kind of what's going on. We're doing sci-fi medical exams that are themed within the Neodymium universe. Neodymium Exodus just came out yesterday, and if you got a copy, or if you tweet about, or Facebook or Instagram about the copy, then I will also and just post a link to that in the chat. Please don't do subs or bits or anything today, because it's not about me getting stuff, it's about giving you guys stuff. So if you tweeted or talked about Neodymium Exodus, then I will actually give you little MP3s, ASMR MP3s to download. And so part of that is, like you see me doing, is everyone picked a number as they came in, and I'm up to like 11 now, and I'm doing little sci-fi exams within the world. So you're certainly welcome. You're certainly welcome to join. Go get those ghost pepper nuggies. Nice. So you're certainly welcome. I want to make sure we grab the people who've been waiting for like 2 hours. But absolutely, we'll get you done. Anyone else is number 11? Except for, I think Modus was 11, and I think Nemo was like 12, and Schooly JB might have been 13. Is that right? Modus, Nemo, and Schooly JB, which would put me at Schooly JB first, since Modus and Nemo are both out. Is that right? And then we can rock you out next. Dat boy JP. Anyone else? Was anyone else 10 or 11? I think we had 14, 10, 11, 12. That's definitely fine. Rock on. I'm happy to have you here. And this is me and my normal self. The character I'm playing is Dr. Patty Loylan, who is a xenobiologist and specialist for the Frelsey freedom fighters on Fort Jehu in Luna Guatemala. And I almost said, and I despise her. That's not very nice. I don't despise her. I like her. People like her. Alright, Dr. Sparkles, you gotta tell us how those ghost pepper nuggies are when you come back. But yeah, it's awesome to see you, that boy, JP. 9 or 10. So then you are 10. And then that means that the next is 11, which was Modus, who isn't here, Nemo. So the next is going to be Schoolie JB, and then we'll grab that boy, and then we'll grab... I'm recording the ones that, for the ones who are not here, so that they can also have some fun times. And then we'll do some tracing, which is so oftenly requested, and reading together. And that's the information about the rewards. So literally you can just Google Neodymium Exodus, and you don't even have to get it. You just post a tweet or Instagram about it, and I will give you a free MP3, because that's how we're rolling today. Alright, so let's get back into character, and let's grab Schoolie JB. And I think, let me think about what you were. Ooh, I know exactly what you are. I'm very excited about this species that I've not introduced you guys to yet. Alright. Alrighty. Next, Schoolie JB, you are next. Let me have you step into my office. We'll pass right through this polymer wall together and right into the medical bay room. Now, Schoolie, I did get your records faxed over from, or not faxed, I don't know what fax is even. That sounds like an ancient thing I read about in history. But transmitted from your Revlonian specialist. So I understand you have standard Revlonian biology, right? So the nice, really thick skin, and you are extremely tall. You are like, brushing the top of my clinic here. Very, very tall. And then very, 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 very thick, like almost rock-like skin. So you could almost like hide on the side of a mountain and not be seen, because just tall and thin and like someone snapped you off the top of a mountain. Any other, so that's my understanding. That's what I got, your standard Revlonian biology. Anything else I should know about? As far as getting you all checked in for your initial visit? I understand that you just transferred here. Have you had any chronic conditions that I should know about? Or are you from a particular people group on Revlon that I should know about as well? I just got the standard Revlonian biology information. Any particular subspecies that you're part of on Revlon? No, right? Okay. You are a vegetarian. Fantastic. As are many Revlonians. Perfect. I love it. Okay. So, since we're getting you checked in for your initial visit, I understand that you already got your wristband all set up. That will be, the way that we here in the Frelsey keep contact with you. So, your simple wristband with your interface. On here is where all of your commands and everything else, all the information that you get will show up. I will also send you medical information through that wristband. So, really common chronic issues that we have for Revlonians who've just moved from Revlon to Luna Guatala. It is really musty here compared to the very cool light air of Revlon, and it's very heavy. The gravity is about 1.5 times. So sometimes we have where people will develop issues where they have symptoms similar to osteoporosis, and you are a little bit more prone to certain kind of fracture because your bones are so thin coming from Revlon, right? On the plus side, if you go back to Revlon, you will now have very, very solid bones compared to folks there, and you have a much lower risk of osteoporosis in your later age. But for right now, we do want to focus on avoiding fractures. So I am going to give you an exercise regimen that you do need to begin right away now that you have moved here. Okay? And that's going to be really to strengthen and protect you. And I actually have notes on it here. Here we go. Should be right here. Anorexia, athlete's foot, crutches. No, none of this stuff is what I need. Exercise associated, blah, blah, blah. Exercising when you are sick. This is not the stuff that I need. Strength and conditioning. Strength training. Exercise during pregnancy. We're going to do the strength training basics. So let me get these set up for you. Organize, organize. Let's take a look. And I'm literally going to give you the actual strength training recommendations, like the real life ones. Get link. Anybody can access it. These are from the Sports Medicine Patient Advisor, and these are excellent for your gradual strength training. Now, I want you to take these guidelines and I want you to cut them in half. I don't want you to do anything that's very, very strong with your current condition, okay? I know you may feel like you're going to feel heavy and tired anyway. So you're going to focus on doing a lot of reps, like more reps, and less, and you're going to do a lot of circuit training, okay? So more reps, less weight, so that we can kind of build up that protection since it is so heavy here. Something that you could easily lift on Revlon, you would not be able to easily lift here, and so if you try and push yourself, you can you can just snap your humerus, your whatever, your ulna. I've had Revlonian patients that, really tough military, and so coming from Revlon, they want to be lifting the same weight they've been lifting, and just, I've seen someone's bone just come right out there. So don't do that, okay? You're going to take what you could normally do, you're going to do half, and then you're going to do half yet again, okay? Just because I know you historically I know you have a really good combat record. So you're going to do very little. In your combat training also, you are going to wait to be part of combat training until you have finished the regimen that I sent you for at least a month, okay? Because we're going to really get you and your bones adapted. When you do start combat training, I want you to be going with other folks who have just come to Luna Guatala from low gravity planets, okay? And I just want you to really, really take it easy. And really focus more. Right now is a good time to focus on your marksmanship. It's a good time to focus on, these techniques up here. Not as much. We're going to be real gentle building up the physical. Okay, so that's the first thing as a Revlonian coming here. The second thing, as I mentioned, it's very damp and humid compared to where you come from. You are going to be at a lot of risk of fungal infections. So I've, just in all the crevices of your very thick and tough skin, and your skin can start to get leathery instead of that nice hard that it is, and you can even get severe infections that can burrow their way in past your shell and even kill you. So I have taken to just giving everybody a fungal cream, just who comes from Revlon directly, and just requiring you to put it on every day. Especially those like kind of more damp areas, because you will have a lot of swamp ass here on Luna Guatala. It is, especially here at Fort Jehu, where we're kind of in a more jungle area. So let me give you that. Did I wash my hands? I think so. Always wash again just to be sure, right? Wash, wash, wash. Wash, wash, wash. And oof, that is a sound. I don't like that sound. Alright, we gotta get you the orange cream, not the blue cream that the Wonder Frog had. Okay. So you're gonna take this cream and I'll show you how to apply it. We're just gonna apply it very, very aggressively in all your crevices here. And over here in all your crevices here. And some spaces here. And just kind of squeeze it into the crevices in there. And this is a very strong antifungal and preventative. So we just in there real good. Just kind of, you want to try to keep your skin as dry as possible, right? You're basically the opposite of a wonder frog. Okay? But what you're going to do with that lotion, you're going to put it on because it's antifungal. You are not going to wrap it up or let it be more moist. You're going to try to get it to evaporate. That particular one is more of a cream than an ointment. Ointments tend to stay, close to the skin. This is more of like a light solution. You really want to try to, you put it on, and if you have excess, don't let the excess sit. You can wipe it off, okay? Because we want to keep your skin fairly dry. You're also going to want to keep a fan on you pretty regularly, just to, again, keep that skin as dry as you can as you're getting adapted. And pretty much you always want to have, so you know how like if you're stationed in a snowy area of Alpino, you have to be wearing a jacket, parka, all those things all the time. Or if you're stationed on the grass giant Scraley, right, you always must have a low pressure suit or you will be crushed by the gravity and die. So the same thing, I want you to think of your fan like one of those life-saving things, because people don't realize how serious it is when you get in basically a fungal infection in your skin as a Revlonian. Okay, so those are the two big things. Any other chronic conditions that I should know about? Oh, you're a vegetarian, you mentioned. So a lot of Revlonians are particularly well suited to be vegetarians. I still want you to because your diet, even non-vegetarian Revlonians, the diet is like 90% mineral or plant-based, right? You're not going to have the same mineral access here on Luna Guatala, so when you get the nutrient slop at the cafeteria, make sure you get the green one. The green one is fortified with the additional nutrients that you're going to need, and of course it doesn't have any animal matter in it. You should probably get and it also has protein supplements like B12 in there to keep you safe. Any questions? I think that should take care of you. I think that's, so if you do find you have issues adjusting, see me and I can either be your counselor or get someone else to be your counselor, just to kind of help, because it can be stressful. It can be stressful moving to a new planet. It's not even just a new country or a new city, it's a totally new planet, and you're doing it to fight an evil intergalactic regime that's incredibly stressful. So so I don't want to stress you out. Alrighty, let me go out. I will walk with you back out the polymer wall. And let's see, who did we have next? I think that next was that boy JP. Can I have you step on into my office? That boy. Are you here? Are you here still? I don't know. I don't know if you're here. Perfect. Let me have you step on in. Oh, you're out. Oh, we're going to have a lot to talk about. Let me have you pass through the polymer wall with me back into the medical bay room. So let me just pull up your records here. I see that we already got your vitals in the hallway. And you are Alpinoan. So many of our humans are Alpinoan. But you, I have it marked on your record that you are part of the people group that's always exchanging information with the blues. You're a blue. You're always the people group that lives symbiotically with draconians in the volcanoes. So you raise dragons, or you used to. That's pretty phenomenal. That's pretty awesome. Absolutely. Well, let me see. And it says that you came in today. Oh, because you were You were having some nausea and vomiting? I'm sorry. Now, you've been stationed on Luna Guatala for a while. More of a family thing. Oh, that's really cool. That's very neat. I've never seen one of the dragons. I understand that it's a myth. They don't have wings. Draconians have wings. Dragons are like a giant, very fast land-moving creature, right? Like a huge, like almost like giant snake thing with legs and that big snout. So I understand that, but I really don't know a lot about dragon raising other than that. I think it certainly sounds phenomenal from all the legends. So, Unigoto, if you can give Zach 9P a lowdown on what's going on, so that he's all welcome and knows what's going on, because I want him to be welcome and have fun too. I'm just please, if you want to let him know, let him know what we're doing. So JP, when did the nausea and vomiting start? And let me get my stethoscope here, because we're going to do an abdominal exam. Or hush hush if you want to give him the lowdown. Whoever can talk first. So JP, when did the nausea and vomiting begin? Wrangling gets dicey, but always a rush. That is phenomenal. That is awesome to know. About a week ago. Now, I know that you've been here on Luna Guatala a while, so it's not likely any residual space sickness. Has anything changed in your training schedule? Any changes in your training schedule, JP? I keep knocking the pills on the floor. Don't worry, I won't give you those pills, JP. You'll be okay. I'll give you better ones, new ones. So, no change in your training schedule. That's good to know. How about, have you had abdominal pain with the nausea and vomiting? And if so, what area of the belly? More supply runs and lifting? Okay. Any change in your diet? Have you eaten anything different? Because I know sometimes on the supply runs, people go out to the city, especially if you're near Red Track City or one of the other communities, or even the nearby settlement, and then they eat food that's not here, like they don't eat nutrient slop. I understand that. I promise I won't give you floor pills. They just keep falling open. I'll give you better pills. So Zach, if you want to grab a number, I think you're going to be next, and we'll do an exam with you too. Also, just want to let you know that, and I'll just paste them in so that it's nice and easy. Also, you don't even have to, even if you don't. This is the book, Neodymium Exodus, coming out from Word Fire Press. We'll do tracing and a little bit of reading later, but you get, please don't do any subs or give me any bits during this stream. This stream is about giving you guys something. So just let me know if you tweeted about the book, Google it first, obviously. If you tweeted, Instagram, or Facebook about the book, just post a link to your social media share in the chat, and I will send you a free, a special ASMR medical exam, SCIFI medical exam, MP3, and they're really long and fun. So anyway, that information is on there. And you guys also get entered in a drawing, and you get more entries. It's all, I just put it in the chat. Sorry, back into to JP. Upper abdominal pain? Oh dear, which side, left or right? And I understand you've been eating a lot of market food. A lot of those are very fried and fatty. And you know what can happen in somebody who used to have a more healthy hunter-gatherer lifestyle, and they suddenly come here and start eating tons of fatty and nasty foods. Sometimes you are at risk, specifically for cholecystitis. So is it the upper left or upper right? Well, we'll check. We'll find out here. We'll check you out. Have you noticed anybody trying to put anything into your food? And you said this has been about 2 or 3 weeks and you're having pain left, but it comes and goes. I think you may have cholecystitis. We're going to do an ultrasound, but let's take a listen first. I'm very sorry about that. Any diarrhea also? And by the way, do you have any stool that is runny, hard, bloody, green, white and floating to the top, or black? Any of those kind of stools? None of those stools are good. You let me know while I listen. Alright, listening to left upper quadrant, listening to right upper quadrant, and then here, lower quadrant, okay. Luckily no on all counts. Excellent. That's very good. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and press here and here. Now on this side I want you to take a deep breath in. Ooh, and that hurts, but not quite. That's an inconclusive Murphy sign. Okay, and then I'm going to press here. So that's a negative McBurney's point and no rebound tenderness, so that's good. Now you don't have peritoneal signs. I'm tapping on your foot while looking at your belly. No peritoneal signs, so that's good. And then I'm going to take your leg here and kind of pull up and have you kind of have your knee up. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to check your psoas muscle as it connects past your appendix. Now, it's a good check for appendicitis. And same thing, pull it back and kind of check the obturator muscle by pulling your leg back here. Okay, let's do our little ultrasound. Let me get my ultrasound connected back to my system here. And we're just going to goo you up a little bit. Put a little bit of good goo on your belly. Because you've been drinking more liquids? Oh, because your tummy hurts. I'm sorry. So, just going to put a little bit of this on your belly. And we're just going to do a little ultrasound. So, just going to hook up the ultrasound probe right here. Just going to plug it in. So, plugging it in here to my computer, and then I'm just going to put it here. And I'm sorry, I know that's uncomfortable. You said the left hurts more than the right, though. It could be a referred pain. Alright, looking here. Nope. Alright, so I am not correct. There's definitely not any. There is no sign of stones in your gallbladder or of fluid around the gallbladder, so you don't seem to have cholecystitis. What it appears is you also have diverticulitis, but that doesn't quite explain the nausea and vomiting. My suspicion, my very strong suspicion, is that you have caught kind of one of the nasty little GI viruses that we have around here, but you know, since you've had more supply runs and you've been out with the food more, it might be worthwhile to check a parasite sample. So I'm going to have you give me a stool sample, and we're just going to kind of check and make sure that there's no eggs or anything else. Just do a very good parasite sample. If it is bacterial, usually those are quicker. So for example, a staph food poisoning is terrible. It's like 36 hours of just vomiting and shitting and everything is terrible. You don't want to get staph food poisoning. Other forms of food poisoning are a little bit slower usually and take a little bit more time, but they're still within that same, it wouldn't be in a 2-week period. So the fact that you're having this kind of slow, indolent course, I want to make sure to rule out a parasite. I want to make sure, you know, if you have a GI virus, we can let it run its course. I was worried for cholecystitis because you know, just with your history, but we can kind of rule that out with the negative ultrasound. I would really focus on having a good diet for a little bit, and I can actually post here. I can post for you a high fiber recommended diet right here. Oh, character limit reached. That's stupid. So, I am an actual physician, but anything that I'm giving you is for self-care only and is not including the handouts on neck pain, abdominal pain, all the other handouts that I'm doing. They're for self-care only. They're not official medical advice for diagnosis or treatment of any illness, because you and I have not met in real life. I will next year be opening up actual health visits for people who are located in Virginia, Texas, Connecticut, and a few other states. Those will be actual like private visits and so forth. And we're also going to be doing health classes. The first health seminar that we're all going to do together is a webinar. I am going to teach one on sexual health, and we'll do a couple other ones. But this is all unless you and I are having a telehealth appointment alone, and we have an approved HIPAA compliant server. These are not medical visits, okay? Just so you know, we playing a game. However, this is true still. This is still true stuff for you and your tummy. All right, hopping back in. Yes, I did. I just got licensed in Texas. I just now have to pay like $250 in order to register, which blows chunks. And so I'm going to wait the full 90-day period before I pay that, because that blows chunks. My license is normally in Virginia, but I'm having a couple. All right, let's keep going. Let's go back to the let's go back to Patty Loylan on Fort Jehu. Woohoo! All right, JP. So, that's where we're going to focus. We're going to get the stool sample done. I hope that you love giving poop samples, because that's what I need from you. And then let's go ahead, and I'm going to give you, since you are having discomfort, I'm going to give you some Zofran, okay, or ondansetron, and those are going to be the little blue pills right here. And then I'm going to, in real life, Zofran is not blue, okay? Don't worry about that. And then on the yellow pills are going to be your loperamide, and that is going to help stop you up so that you don't have to deal with any things being too runny. Don't take them at all unless it's very, very bothering you, and then certainly don't take them more than every 4 hours, because it's better to just let all the bad stuff pass out and get rid of it. I am going to be evaluating your stool sample, and if it does come out with parasites, then I will add an antiparasitic to your regimen. So I'd like you to follow up with me in a week. There are a couple tropical diseases that can present this way, and so if it doesn't resolve within a week, we need to do some further investigation. But for now, I'm pretty happy with how your belly is. An additional thing that we'll try is we can add some bentyl or dicyclamine if your belly is just churning too much and you can't take it. Okay, and eventually there's a couple other things that we can look into too. Abdomens are always very special because they're full of so many things. But thank you very much for stopping by, and I guess we'll take the next person now, unless you have any further questions. I think that's good. All right, back out through the polymer wall. Oh, the polymer wall ate me. And into the hallway. And I think next on our list then is going to be Zach. If you are still here, then you will be next. Otherwise, I will do Modus and Nemo next. Ooh, I'll do them as a couple that are coming in to get pregnant for fertility counseling. No, I'm not going to do that to them because that might be awkward. That's always fun. I love that kind of stuff. All right, Zach, step on into my little office here. We'll get you situated. Now, I did get your information sent in. We have seen each other before. Let's just wash hands. So, how are you adjusting after your last mission, your last combatives mission with your squadron? You all did well with no losses, which is always a good thing, right? Would you like some too? This is some perfect antiseptic fluid. I'll give you a little bit of it. Where's my... Just wash up my hands. So I hope you're adjusting well to squadron life. That's good. So it looks to me here that you are here for a refill on your allergy medications. So I understand as an insectoid, right? And this is something that, stop me if you have questions about this. But I think one thing that a lot of insectoid people don't understand when they're in this just very humid, plant-filled environment here, obviously you're used to it on many different... You are adapted to be in many different places, so it may surprise you when you have allergies. My goal is for you not to be on allergy medication forever. I would like you to develop a slightly better immune response to this area. Obviously, an allergy is being an overactive immune response, and there's different ones, type 1, type 2, type 3, and so forth. And understanding, right, that because you as an insectoid, right, you are obviously not a real insect, right, because real insects have an open circulatory system and breathing has to happen through diffusion, through small pores, right? And so they can't get too big. If they get too big, they can no longer breathe, right? So there's a certain limit. And obviously you are full-sized and giant and very good looking, by the way. I really, really love the colors on your carapace this season. So there's some misconceptions where people think an insectoid is actually insect, and sometimes insectoids themselves will think that. But you are not actually insect. You're actually more closely related to perhaps maybe a cross between a mammal and an amphibian, because you do have the breathing pores through your abdomen and through your thorax, but you have air sacs within them as if you had many, many, many lungs. So your whole abdomen is very full of, in addition to your reproductive and gastrological and all those other organs, plus your circulatory system, there's a lot of air space in there, which is why you're so light and so many vibrant insectoids especially can fly. Now here's the thing. When you are having allergies, either things are getting into those pores that are not happy, right? So they need to be happier getting closed. Or you are having an actual reaction on your carapace. So it's either a respiratory allergy, or it's really what we would call a skin allergy in a humanoid. So my question for you then is, how long, because I only have your history since you moved to Lunawatala and one of my assistants prescribed you allergy medications. Have you been on allergy medications before you came to Fort Jehu? No, right? Just when you first came to Fort Jehu? Alrighty then. So, you have been on a couple times? Okay. That's good to know. Let me listen to your lungs. Let me just listen to your lungs. Well, not really your lungs, your respiratory sacs in your abdomen, obviously. I apologize, don't intend to be using human-centric terms. But I'm going to go ahead and scoot behind you. Well, we'll start on this side. Scoot behind you, and just listen here to go ahead and take a deep breath in, and then breathe out, and then over here, deep breath in, other side. Let me have you take a deep breath in, and then breathe out, and another deep breath in, and breathe out, and again. Okay. So I don't hear congestion in your air sacs per se, so that's good. Not really any wheezing, so that's excellent. Let me take a closer look here at your carapace. Just looking, including on your face, yes. Just kind of taking a look on your carapace. So I don't see color changes that I am supremely concerned about. Your color is looking good. So I do have a question for you. Have you been working, and this is something I keep telling them, have you been working in the chemical shop? Or around any of the armory? Specifically, 3 places. I want to know, in the armory, have you been working around packing oxidizer cartridges? Okay. Secondly, if you work in the hangar bay, have you been working around a lot of fuels? And then thirdly, do you work at all in any of the chemical laboratories? Any of those? Because it may not be that the outside is the problem, it may be that it's your work. Not lately, you were last year. Okay. That's good. Stay away. We'll keep you away from those assignments. Really, you're going to be best suited in a more combatives focused or logistics and food supply focused chain. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. No one should peg you into a role based on your species. Health-wise, however, you just need to take a lot of precautions if you're in any of those roles and continually wear a chemical protection suit, because you do have so many pores, and that puts you at so much risk, right? Of any kind of, all insectoids are very sensitive to chemicals. And so that's just something to consider, but you were last year. So this may indeed be a plant-based allergy since it's been a while and you still need your allergy medications. So let's have you eat a ton. If you can eat your weight in local honey, that would be very, very good. I'd like you to focus on that. I'm going to try to change your allergy medication just a little bit to a slightly lower dose of a slightly different medication that you can use as needed instead of every day. And you can actually just spray it over your pores, just coat your abdomen with it. And I think that's probably going to be, last month. Oh, okay. And have you had bad allergy attacks this whole month, or have they gotten a little bit better? That's a very different situation. Have they gotten a little better? Okay. Well, in that case, I am going to recommend that if you do work in those areas, you wear a full suit. No, it hasn't gotten better? Or it has? I don't know what we're saying at this point. Yes, it has. Alright, let me make sure. So I'm going to order you a fitting for a new chemical suit and make sure that you wear it when you are in any of those occupational positions. It's okay. We're just figuring ourselves out here. And new allergy medication, that is a spray. Here we go. This, okay? I'm going to want you to pour this, and you can actually just use whatever little spray insert that you want, and you're just going to coat your pores with it, okay? And that's on an as needed basis when you need to go out, and it'll definitely help. Should you experience difficulty breathing and start to hear wheezing or whistling coming out of your abdomen, you immediately need to come see me. We need to get you a different medication, okay? So that's kind of the goal. That's the direction that we'll take it. Just kind of refill the allergy medication, adjust it a little bit, and you need to be eating tons of honey. All right. I will see the next patient now, and follow up with me when your allergy medication runs out, and we'll continue trying to adapt. Allergies are no fun. Nobody likes them. All right, next up, I think we have Modus. Oh, are you all family? Oh, fantastic. All right, come on back with me right back here. Thank you, Zach. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. All right, Modus. I know why you're here. I remember it. So that wart or growth on your thorax, I will get right down to it. Let me wash my hands. How long have you had it for? Okay. So it's been there for about a month and you can't get it to go away. And it is a very hard growth. I have my suspicions already what it is, but we will make sure to do a thorough examination. Let me wash my hands. Have you had any fever, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, any kind of chest pain, palpitations, headache, blurred vision, abdominal pain, anything like that? Any limb weakness, anything like that? Okay. Nothing review of systems constitutionally, general malaise or anything like that. A little bit of malaise, you feel a little bit extra tired. That makes sense. So this is not a wart that you have here. In fact, I'm going to put on gloves. I know it may seem like a wart or a growth and you keep trying to chop it off, but I will remove it right now, and then we will give you a medication while we explain what it is that you have got here. So, don't break gloves. Gloves. Alright, so we're just going to take a look here. And let me get my tools to resect it. Let me get out my scalpel. And it's just going to be real quick. It's going to be in your carapace, so it should be painless, okay? So we're just going to clean the area first with a simple alcohol solution. Just kind of rub here. Okay. And then we've got our tweezers and our little scalpel. Okay. So what I'm going to do right here is I am just going to cut into the carapace. It is very hard. And let me show you something. So here in the center, and I know it's very, very hard. I know it's a little bit loud too. So here in the center, do you see this? So this, colloquially they're called armor worms. But basically, you have a parasite that is hanging out in your carapace. And so once we cut it out, so it's not enough to just cut, the wart off or try to rub it off. You actually have to resect inside in the little circular area here. And then we need to get the remnants off. And then we need to apply a very strong anti-parasitic medication, okay? There we go. That is that. All done. So, as a vibrant class insectoid, you should know this is fairly infectious, so you should avoid contact physically with other vibrant insectoids for at least the period of treatment, which is going to be about a month. How did you get it? I don't know. It could have happened on a mission while you were away. Sometimes they latch onto people in warm situations, on warm climates. Unless you are a baby, so maybe a pupae or even like maggot age, these will not kill you, right? For like a maggot, they can suck out all of their internal nutrition and they can die. It's not going to kill you. It's frustrating. The main thing is you definitely need to stay away from pregnant people, pregnant insectoids, or populations. You know, as a whole, you just, until we're done with this period. So let me give you, I'm just going to apply a lot of this good fluid here. And I'd like to see you every couple days to make sure that we are applying this appropriately. Okay? And I'm going to be applying it. I know it looks similar to something you've seen before, but this can be fairly toxic. So we're just going to apply that here to the area. Okay, I think that's pretty good. All right. So, if I can have you come back in a couple weeks, do you have any other questions for me, Modus? Yeah, I can listen to your, let me listen to your heart. All right. And I'm actually going to listen down in your side here. So, vibrant insectoids have a combination of a closed and open circulatory system. In the periphery, it is an open circulatory system. In the center, it is a closed circulatory system. Do I have that correct? Yes, I do have that correct. Because you have to maintain a lot of pressure for the internal area, but for the periphery, you can use the hydraulic pressure of the carapace itself. Exactly. Alrighty, let me send the next person in. Thank you very much for coming. I hope that I definitely don't feel like, it's not like you're gross. It's not like you have to feel bad about it. It's just a thing that happens sometimes. And so I just need you to just not be in physical contact with other vibrants for a little bit. You just got married. So you can you should stay away from spawning eggs of any kind, or young. Now, are you a tribe A vibrant or tribe B? Okay, so folks who give birth to live young definitely need to not be doing that while they have this parasite. And so you definitely don't want to, if your partner if your partner gives birth to live young, you don't want that. That can be dangerous. If your partner is egg laying, the eggs themselves would be at risk, right? So just let's avoid spawning for about a month. You can still do other fun stuff. Just make sure to put basically a barrier between the two of you, and just try not to have physical carapace to carapace contact. But you can we actually carry like big sheets of literally plastic basically that you can put between each other so you can still cuddle and everything else like that. But yes, for a month, you just want to be careful, because again, parasite's not going to kill you, but it can hurt anybody else. All right, thank you. Let's send Nemo in. All right, Nemo, you are my last patient of the day. If you wanna pop back in here, let me just pull up your information. So and I gotta get new gloves on. Well, depending on the issue, actually. So from my understanding, right, are you a swamp wonderfrog? Wonderful. So you're from Berbera? That is excellent. I have been to Berbera, but it was a very long time ago. I don't do much interplanetary travel these days. I'm mostly here on Fort Jehu. Unless something changes, this is where I will be. So, how did the medication treat you? Good. Excellent. Yes, I can absolutely take a, you've been having a sore throat? I can absolutely take a look at your throat. Let me wash my hands first. And if you like, you can wash hands too. You can wash hands too. Excellent. Alrighty, let me take a look in your throat with this and this. Alright, go ahead and open your mouth really wide and stick out your long tongue. I do see a couple of spots there. Let me go ahead and take a swab. Give me just a second. I'm just going to take a swab here in the back of your throat. Okay, and I'm just take a sample of that and send that off to the lab. So, I did see a little bit of erythema. Now, have you been having coughing with this sore throat? No? Have you gotten anything stuck? Anything stuck in your throat? Oh, the ASMR you like is looking in the throat? Wait, I'm confused. Taking a swab of your throat? I don't know what happened. Are you saying I need to look in your throat again? Oh, the trying hands bit. That's easy. So, you have had no cough. How old are you? Well, let me put this in here. Have you ever heard of the Centaur criteria? It's basically estimates the probability that a pharyngitis is streptococcal. That's for humans. Obviously, you have a different situation. I do notice you don't have exudate or swelling. There's just some redness, some cough. I'm gonna feel your lymph nodes, okay? Just some good lymph nodes here. And then up here under your jaw. And back here. And you don't have a temperature. And you don't have swollen lymph nodes. So okay. And you didn't get anything stuck in your throat. Okay. That's good to know. I see. So I don't want to give you an antibiotic because I don't want to hurt your kidney. And it does appear from what you're telling me that this is viral. Viruses and amphibians can be a little bit frustrating and problematic, to say the least. It can be frustrating. I'm listening, I hear you. Have you been having any, have your legs been turning red at all? They don't seem to be. Okay. Can I look at your ventral side? I don't see any ventral hyperemia. Let me just document this. And no ulcerations on your skin, nose, or toes, so none of those very nasty viruses. I don't see any other lesions, which is good, which means I'm less likely to worry about bacterial infection, other items like that. What kind of water quality have you been keeping yourself around and in? You should make sure to do your dipstick test pretty much every other day. This is okay. I am pretty happy with what I am seeing here. I think that my biggest concern is we want to watch for viral, so I'd like you to be eating just the best quality nutritious food for the next week or so. I want you to not eat the slop at the in the cafeteria, but I want you to actually eat the garden food that your and the insects and so forth that your squad gardening specialist has available, okay? And then I'd like you to follow up with me in a week if the sore throat isn't better. Unfortunately, it does seem that you have a small viral infection, and we don't want to give you antibiotics and make it worse. However, if it's not gone in a week, we can do some alternative testing. I'm going to send this sample that I caught off to the lab, and we're going to see how that goes, okay? And I'll let you know, but it's most likely going to come back viral. Okay, so mostly supportive care. So for your sore throat, I'm going to order you some cough drops. In fact, I have some here. And you're going to take these to try to coat and numb your throat a little bit. I'm so sorry. It's not fun to have a sore throat. I hope that you feel better soon. Absolutely. Well, have a wonderful night, Nemo. Thank you.